Hello, I am GB Says Hi. I will be showcasing Miracle Warriors for y'all today. Uh, it's a long run, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started on it. We'll start. I can only do 4 characters, so we're gonna have to cut off an R there, and time will start as soon as I hit end here. So I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go. So starting off, we're given a quest by the king here to find the seal of the Dark Lord hidden in this dungeon. It tells us to go find the ancient sage Kodama, learn more about our quest. The game starts off with you start with 0 money. You got no, you have nothing. So we have to start grinding for money and fangs to start off. Fangs are used as a secondary currency and also as a way to, as the game says, prove your valor. A lot of times they won't get certain things. You need to have a certain amount of fangs. It's kind of like a currency, but it also proves that you've survived. So the game lore for this is there's a demon queen, Terran, who was defeated 1,000 years ago and trapped in another dimension. And she just escaped from this other dimension and is back, and she has opened what is called the Passage of Pandora, in which has released all of these monsters into our lands. So we are the person who originally defeated the Demon Queen was Iason. Kind of like Jason, but with an I instead of a J. Let's go ahead and throw a save in. We enter this town. This is the first town of Gara. We can come into this building here. We can heal up. But yeah, so the legend of Iason is about 1,000 years ago. This demon queen's going on a rampage, and he is just a lowly shepherd, and he arms up and tries to defeat the demon queen, and in doing so, with a whole bunch of mages and wizards and whatnot, locked away in the secondary, or in a different dimension. 1,000 years has passed. We are the ancestor of Iason. We don't know this at the start, but the king informs us, hey, you are ancient ancestor of the legend of Iason. So he gives us the quest: go defeat the demon queen. Yeah, until we we're gonna use a glitch real quick. If you save the game and then reset the console, you gain a little bit of XP. I have no idea why. I haven't figured out why it happens, but it happens. And the way that edit works slows down as you level up, so it's only really useful for the first level or 2. And this is the Evil Merchant. Evil Merchant's the best enemy early on. So each enemy gives its own amount of money, fangs, and character. The evil merchant gives $2,000, which is very nice. Very helpful, because right now we're trying to save up to around 4,500, probably more. I haven't figured out the chances of dodging or missing, but you know, like most RPGs, you have a chance to miss. So here we're gonna get the money that we need. We're gonna enter this town. Heal up real quick. And we're gonna go talk to some of these houses, and they're like, this house here is gonna tell us that the fangs we collect are valor that we get. We talk to this town elder, give him $500, and he tells us Gosama, the ancient wizard, lives in the valley by the border. And this guy tells us about feathers, which we can use, but we won't see those for a while. So now that we've done that, we're going to work our way over to the next town. So every encounter we get randomized enemy, and this early on, since we're so weak, we can only kill a few amount of them. So, you know, hope for good RNG and get enemies you can actually kill. And that will spread across almost the entire game. Trying to get good RNG on your encounters. Because the true limiting factor of this run is how fast you gain XP. And every time you retreat, it's a time loss of just not you know, not getting XP for that time. The way XP does work in this game is every time you hit an enemy, you get XP. And the amount of XP that you get is dependent on the enemy. So a stronger enemy is going to give you more amount of XP per hit. This is an enemy that you cannot kill. This is a good point to explain. Right there, I killed a merchant, not an evil merchant, just a regular merchant. And this game has a character system. Every time you kill, like killing this thief here, we're gonna get 5 character. And there's certain times in the game where you cannot buy like magical weapons or items unless you have a high enough character. So the merchant I killed gives 1,500 gold, but also is minus 100 character because it's a good guy. Killing good people is not a thing you should do. People aren't gonna like you for it. But we need the money, so we're gonna kill him. So in that town, we bought a sword, which is just, you know, an improved weapon, increases our attack value, and also we can buy sword, shield, and armor, working exactly the way you think they would. That little fairy that you see kind of floating in the middle of the screen is Irie, is the name of it. RRIE. And the lore behind that one is it's not actually in the game. I spent forever trying to figure out what the deal was with the fairy, and apparently it kind of makes sure it says make sure the message gets across to all members. So the way I kind of understood it was it's kind of translating everything for you. No, we are not the Dark Lord. Yeah. So the seal of the Dark Lord, as the title suggests, is the Demon Queen is the Dark Lord, and she stole the seal to Pandora's Passage, which released all of the monsters. Yeah, I mean, that's so when we have to retrieve the seal of the Dark Lord from the Demon Queen in order to save the world and prevent all of these monsters from invading lands. So here we're gonna buy some herbs. Herbs are just healing potions. We're gonna do this XP glitch there to get that level. Should have done that before I healed, but too late now. We're gonna head up here to the border, or the valley by the border, in which the ancient sage Kosama lives, and he'll give us more about our quest. Kosama, the seal of the Dark Lord is a seal guarded by the General Terran. To reach Terran, that will require 3 companions. Ancient lineage. They don't realize they're under a spell at the moment, and Kosama gives us the spell Awake Giants, and he tells us that our first companion is locked away, or is in the town of worshipping the god of the sea. So in order to unlock the second companion, we would go to the town in which worships the god of the sea, and you'll find our companion. We'll use the spell Awake Giant, and he will remember his ancient lineage and that he is a warrior, a miracle warrior, in which he will join us on our quest. But right now, we're super weak, so all we're really focusing on is getting all of the money and the XP that we need to survive this game. This game does involve quite a lot of grinding, so we're gonna spend the speed at which you get XP is how fast the run is. So we're just getting XP the entire time. We're taking every encounter that we can, and we're trying to run away from as few fights as we can. Now, the first task we have is there's a castle in which has the legendary weapon of Iason. And in order to get that weapon, we need to prove our valor. And we found that that town that's told us that to prove your valor, you use fangs. So we must prove to this castle that we have the valor needed to wield the weapon device. So we're just going on a quest here to get 300 fangs in order to get the axe of Iason. One of the most important things we need for money right now is all weapons and armors have durability on it. So we're focusing on getting enough money to buy what is called a traveling blacksmith. And a blacksmith will make sure all of our weapons are repaired after every fight. So we don't ever have to buy new weapons. Because every time you would have to buy a weapon would be just a massive loss of money. So we're gonna come over to this house right here. Said he was fired by his master, so he's gonna join our group and become our traveling blacksmith. We're also gonna buy some armor. We're gonna head over here, we're gonna heal up and buy some more herbs. And then go right back to farming money. The first step of 100% in this game is you have to get the Mask of the Beasts, which is sold in that town that we're right next to. It costs 15,000. And the way it works is it gives you visibility in dungeons. By default, if you were to enter a dungeon, you can't see anything. At the moment, like the way I can see is what's in that top right corner, which is a 5x5 square. When I enter a dungeon, everything's black except the square I'm standing on. So when we get the mask, our vision then increases to a 3x3 square. And while you can navigate dungeons without the mask, it's very hard to just guess where you're at in the dungeon when you can't see anything. So it's very, very helpful. So we kill, I try to kill 2, maybe 3 merchants in the run. Any more than that, we start to struggle with character in the late game. So there, I ran away from that one because while I need the money, I do need the character still. So and then about the game was originally released on PC 88 in Japan in 1986 by Kogado Software. It was later ported then to NES and MSX, both of which are Japanese only. The game, I own the NES game. I can't play it because I don't understand Japanese, but the game is very different. So the UI is different, the way combat is different, the way all the towns work are different. but the story is very similar from what I've understood. So almost a completely different game outside story. The Master System version, which is what we're playing right now, was released in 1988. When did I say it? I think it was October 1988, which makes it the first JRPG released on Western markets, with, I think, Phantasy Star releasing 1 month later, Final Fantasy releasing 2 months later. So Miracle Warriors is technically the very first JRPG to be released in the Western markets. And the reason it was able to kind of release before all of them is that Sega themselves went to Kogado and kind of helped them reprogram the entire game. So Sega has a big hand in the porting of this game. So on the main menu, this has Sega as the copyright for this. So there is a sequel to this game too, called Wings of Arguzia. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's a very weird word. It's kind of it's not really like a story sequel. It has very similar gameplay, but it was only released on MSX in Japanese. There is a fan translation of the game, and I have done a speedrun of the sequel. It's a lot of fun, except it has a problem with every time you use magic in the port, it kind of flashes the screen, and it kind of makes it a very awful viewing experience for the speedrun. So we're trying to save up to around just a little bit more money. I'm actually going to kill this guy. So the Mask of the Beast, which I mentioned, makes it so you can view parts of the dungeons. Costs 15,000. So we're also trying to save up for that so that we can buy some fangs. Because the big thing is, while I can save anywhere on the overworld, once I enter the dungeon, I cannot save anymore. So if I were to die in the dungeon, I go back to when I last saved. So going in with a whole bunch of herbs so that we can heal is very important. You also, very recommended to save very, very often. Because like I said, if you die, you go back to your last to save. Which in the dungeons is really bad because your last save would be outside the dungeon. But even then, if you don't save for a long time and then die, you're going all the way back. Yes, that is correct, Alu. Yeah, I got no idea how to pronounce that. And okay, and right there's another benefit of saving often, is like I got a fight that I don't want to do, and I failed to retreat, which means I could just reset and load the save for it. Okay, I don't want to fight this guy, please game. Oh my goodness. Alright, this is ridiculous. Come on, game. So there is RNG manipulation in this game. It is not possible by humans, but I have done some work on a task for this game. It's still, you know, very, very far from finishing it, but you can manipulate everything from the encounters you get, whether you miss or hit, whether they miss or hit. And then later on, there's a character who can crit, and you can manipulate whether they crit or not. It is a very tedious setup of how to do it. So obviously, it takes forever to do like even a single encounter. I was really hoping to get some more money, but I didn't. We're gonna go here. We're gonna buy the mask. We're also gonna buy a shield. We were unable to buy herbs, so we're just gonna have to heal up and then grind for a little bit more money. I want to get around $4,000, and then I'll go buy some herbs. Perfect. This guy gives 3,000. Oh. It's linked to both inputs and frame. So all previous inputs and whatever frame you do it on. Luckily the Master System has a pause button on the console, and that counts as an input. And if you pause for a single frame, it doesn't really do anything to the gameplay, but you can use it to change the RNG. So if like I enter an encounter and I don't like what I get, I can go back and put a single frame of a pause frame, and it will change what the encounter I get is. Then like the frame that you start the encounter doesn't change, but what the monster inside of it will change. And it's a slippery slope, because the amount of pause frames you do on previous encounter rate changing whatnot will affect not only the encounter you're gonna get, but also whatever encounters you get after that too. It's a rough task to make. I think really cool speedrunner and task maker 8-Bit Beast made like around like the first 6 minutes or so of the tasks many years ago, and it's like I think it's more re-records than there are frames. So he had to re-record inputs more often, and there are frames in the first like 5 minutes of that. And I was around 8 minutes into making the task when I discovered that save and reset XP glitch. So all 8 minutes of work that I had, or like 8 minutes of the speed run, but like 30 hours worth of content. or like of making it, all of it was gone because I had to go back to the very start and abuse this glitch. It definitely hurt my soul a lot when that happened. But at the moment, that is the only glitch in the entire game. I've tried finding more, but I haven't found any. I've noticed some things that I've tried to abuse, but haven't been able to. Yeah, so a very well made game to just not have like any glitches outside that. And then like even the save reset glitch is only useful for like the first 2 levels. Because the first level, it gives 7 XP per reset, and the second level gives 6, and it's downhill from there. PS You Love Me in chat has made looked into the code a little bit and like has helped me a little bit with trying to break this game. Shoutouts to him, super cool dude. Also does a lot of cool speedrun stuff. And here we grab our first item called the Ancient Helm, which allows us to read the writing on the wall. And then there are 2 spots in the game which have writing on the walls. In monsters, yes. So all encounters are random during the speedrun. But I mean, everything has like a location, a part of the map in which they typically are at. And there are a few monsters that will spawn. Oh, actually, there's something written on the wall. Help thy friends with Iasen's arms. Kind of just saying like, hey, go receive all the weapons that Iasen used to defeat the Demon Lord, the Demon Queen the first time. But yeah, so back to the encounters. So in like the starting area, the monsters you'll see there, will only like they'll show up there and that's it. And then if you were to travel outside that starting area, more monsters will be added to that list. So like right and then like, entering these dungeons will have their own unique monsters. Whereas like this monster right here is my favorite. Absolutely adorable. I wish I didn't have to kill it. And then like the cave mantis will only ever spawn in dungeons. You'll never see them in the overworld. It's counter-based game. Everything in this game is just encounters. There's not too much else outside that. But these cave mantises are really good early on because they're gonna give me a massive drop. 16 fangs. Which, at the moment, the monster that drops the most out of anything that we're killing has been, what is it? 6 fangs. So we're dropping 10 more fangs off that guy than any other monster so far. And we're trying to save up to 300 fangs. So getting those, I got 3 of those, which is like the most I've ever gotten in this dungeon. Which is crazy, because now we're already at 300 fangs because of that, and the chest there that gave us 100. So fangs are used to, as the town, so they tell you, is it's used to prove your valor. So very useful, improve your valor and allows you to buy things. Like right now, we're gonna go to a castle in which a king has the legendary weapon of Iason, who sealed away the Demon Queen the first time. So we're gonna give him 300 fangs, and he's gonna give us this legendary weapon. Level, we're gonna leave the dungeon here. We're trying to leave the dungeon, we keep getting encounters. Yeah, so yeah, dungeons can be very scary. Like I said, you cannot save here. So if I were to run out of heals and die, I would have to redo the entire dungeon in order to make it. So if we get out, you save immediately because, oh my goodness, if I died here, it would be bad. I can't kill it. I really want it. That's a very good monster to kill, but I'm too low level. It says that I are worthy of the name of warrior, accept the axe of Iason award, seek elsewhere the arms of Iason. And now we have the legendary axe. Which does massively more damage. It took all 300 fangs away from us. So now we're really low on money. We're gonna make our way over to this. As mentioned earlier, there's the I'm not quite sure what you mean by menuing based on leveling. Trying to get a little bit more money if I can. Somewhat. The way XP works in this game, actually, one second. Right here, we're gonna come to this guy. We're gonna use spell Awake Giant, in which is gonna give us Guy. Guy is the second companion of our game, and is also, he gives us a portion of the scroll. And once we receive all portions of these, we'll know where the final dungeon is. And he also tells us that our next companion is located in a town far south of here. We're gonna heal up our character. We're gonna buy a herb. And we're gonna leave. So yeah, the way XP works is a enemy has a base XP value. And then it's that base value minus that character's current level, and that's how much XP you get. So if there's a base 10, like I think this enemy here is a base 10 XP, and then first character, the RRlol, is like a level 5. It's gonna give 5 XP per hit. And if I'm level 6, it's 4 XP per hit. And it slowly gets lower and lower. So you want to move to different areas in order to find monsters with a higher base XP in order to, what is it? In order to, not lose out on XP. Because like this one has like, I think like a 13 base XP value. So obviously he's giving more XP per hit than the previous monster was, which is very good. And we're kind of in an awkward situation right now that we just need to train up Guy's level, but I'm too poor right now to afford anything for him, like any armor or weapons. So we're right now going to be attacking this weak enemy. This is the best enemy in the game, in my opinion. It gives a lot of money, a lot of fangs, and a good amount of character, all at the same time having a lot of health and doing very little damage. So it's great for getting XP and for getting money. With this kill, I can actually go buy a weapon for Guy. This has been an awful start, I must say. I've never been like this broke this late in the game. Minos, talk to him, say, hey, how are the fares of his travels? Buy some herbs. Come over here, buy a knife. 1,000, give it to Guy. Save up, and then go back up here. So like, I mentioned with those zones, these top 3 tiles here, right next to the border of the map, have a different enemy allocation, I guess, than the ones directly below it. So the ones below it have more monsters in its pool. I think there's around 7 or so in that one. And then these top 3 tiles only have 4. And 2 of which are really good. Which one is this one? The Gara encounter table. Yes. Which is also another one where it's like, it has a low damage, good health, and also good drops. So with 2 of these monsters and this encounter table being better than the 7 which have these same 2, so we have a 2 out of 4 compared to a 2 out of 7 chance of getting it, getting the encounter that we want. So we'll go to these top 3 encounters to try to get these. So right now we need to level Guy up roughly 2 levels. And then also we want to have around $40,000. Now, in that town there, we bought a knife instead of a sword because the amount of XP you get is based on every time you hit an enemy. It's not based on how much damage you do, just every time you hit the enemy. So by buying a weaker weapon, we'll hit this enemy more, which is going to increase our encounter rate, like our XP rate, while also it's going to lower the amount of money and fangs we're going to be getting though. So it's a balance of needing the money, but also getting the XP. And like I mentioned earlier, the biggest limiting factor in this game is the XP. How fast you go in this game is entirely dependent on how many retreats you have and how many misses and whatnot. If you were to run away from 0 encounters, and get like all good encounters and whatnot. My estimate for this game is probably around 3 hours and 50 minutes. Is what if you didn't have to run away and got like good encounters and whatnot. And world record right now is roughly 4 hours and 20 minutes. So you could take 30 minutes off if you just didn't have to retreat. No, any percent is... So any percent route kills... let me think real quick. I think... 6 of the 8 bosses... No, 5 of the 8 bosses that are spread across the overworld. So 100% kills 2 additional bosses, 2 to 3 additional bosses, and then also will grab 3 items out of chests that any percent doesn't. They're not that different at all. So like the difference between any percent world record and 100% world record is 16 minutes. And if you were to get really good RNG on 100%, you could definitely get like a 415 or something. So it's really, it doesn't change much. So like we already grabbed that first item, which was that helm in that first dungeon we entered. That one's not required in any percent. And then like the next item we'll grab later on requires you to have the helmet in order to grab the next one. We need to go down to this town. We're gonna heal up. Emulator is allowed. The second and third place on the boards are currently emulator. I'm the only one that's done runs on actual hardware. So I mean, it's a cartridge-based game. There's not really either. I've tried on 2 different emulators and I haven't noticed a difference at all between them. So I haven't seen a reason to ban or disallow emulator, especially since there's already 2 runs up. Yeah, I came across this game kind of weirdly. I owned a Master System, but I didn't own any games for it at all outside Afterburner, which just came with the console. So I was like, I like RPGs, let me look at what Master System RPGs there are. And there's some really expensive ones, like Phantasy Star is really expensive. Golden Axe Warrior, I think it's called, was very expensive. There's all these really expensive. There's Miracle Warriors, and it was $15. And then I found it on eBay for like $12. So I was like, I'm just gonna buy that. It's cheap. I knew nothing about the game at all. And then since then, I've put like 150 hours in this game probably of speedrunning and routing and everything. And all the lore diving I did for this too. It was just a random speedrun, I guess. It was I think it was partially due I was on a quest to do a speedrun on every single Sega console. So I needed one for the Master System, so it kind of just it worked. Yeah, I found this Master System for sale on eBay for way cheaper than it should have been. It was a complete in box Master System for like $100 cheaper than any other complete in box Master System, but it was untested. So I was like, I'm just gonna gamble with it, and it worked out really well. And then now I own a few more games on the Master System. I do own Phantasy Star on it. I've yet to get around to actually playing Phantasy Star on the Master System, but yeah. I own the game that I'm gonna run on the Saturn. I own it. I just don't actually own a Sega Saturn yet. I own the game. I don't own the console. So, I mean, yeah, this I do have a Game Gear, yes. I still need to modify the Game Gear in order to have an output on it, though. Or I just need to buy like a webcam and point it at it. I don't know yet. I own the EverDrive for the Game Gear. It's a lot of fun. I bring it with me to school and all the way. Yeah, Kurt. That was what I was thinking. It was, but I mean, it worked. So I maybe they just had a bad power, like bad socket or something. I know there was a hardware attachment to play Master System games on the Genesis, but I don't think there was one for the Game Gear. I haven't seen one, at least. If someone can correct me, that would be amazing. But I own a Genesis. I think, yeah, there was one called Power Base, I think, that allowed you to play Master System games on the Genesis. Now, I'm not gonna lie about this speedrun right now. I'm having some pretty below par RNG right now. I don't even know what the time is. I didn't start a timer. I have to look at the stream. I think I'm quite far behind pace. I've not had good luck with RNG and marathons with this game at all. So I run this game on the first of every month, just because I really want to lower my my world records in this game. I know it's very easily doable, so I do run this game quite a lot, actually. And then I probably do try to like route and do the NES version of the game, which is Japanese only and is almost a completely different game, as I mentioned earlier. If anybody is fluent in Japanese and likes old RPGs, please reach out to me. There is a Miracle Warriors Discord in the attached to the SRC page, and any help would be appreciated. So there are 3 encounters that are available everywhere on the entire map, with the exception of ocean tiles. So any plains biomes like I'm in now, any forest biomes, mountains, deserts, all have an opportunity to spawn the Black Monk, which I ran away from there. And then also the Evil Merchant, which we've seen quite a few of. And it also has a chance to spawn... Oh my bad, there's 4. There's the normal Merchant, can spawn on any tile. There's also what is the White Mage. The White Mage is very, very rare. I'll maybe see 1 White Mage in an entire speedrun. The White Mage is very useful if you have a positive character of around 1,000, I think. And if you talk to the White Mage, you heal your full party to max. So it saves you from having to use herbs or having to go to a town and whatnot. Very, very useful. But super rare that you actually see one. Now, typically, whenever I get this next level here with Guy, I would go fight the first boss. But after the first boss, we have to buy something worth $30,000. And after this fight, I'm only just gonna barely have that money. So I'm gonna have to stay here a bit longer and try to get more money. I still need to buy some herbs, so I can heal, but this has just been bad RNG. Now, I mentioned RNG manipulation earlier, and I do think it's technically possible to do for some time, because movement in this game is done once every 16 frames. Yeah, 16 frames. Very weird. I don't know why it's 16 and not 15. So if you just hold the button, it's only registering that one movement input. So if you're able to get through like title screen and all of that, and then boot up the game, and just hold the right movements, it is possible to RNG manipulate like the first fight. After the first fight, it becomes too difficult, as the inputs in an actual encounter are actually like once every frame. So you could definitely use like an RNG manipulation for the first encounter, and maybe you get really lucky and you can do the second encounter too. But very, very unlikely. And the best encounter early game is the evil merchant. So if you were to able to find the amount of frames you would need to delay, or like an input combo needed to say make it so that the first encounter is always a evil merchant, you could definitely save probably quite a bit of time in just the start. Bro, I don't know what is up with this game and marathons. This game does not like marathons. This has been some awful RNG. Usually at this point I get like $50,000. Maybe even more. We're just so far behind on money right now. Yeah, that right there we just ran over was the Black Monk that I mentioned can spawn anywhere. And it is also the second strongest enemy in the entire game, only behind the final boss. You're not really ever meant to kill it, ever. I've never even tried to kill it, but if you were, you would take like all of your magic items, and then you would just have to get lucky. But it's definitely not like defeatable until like way late in the game. But defeating the Black Monk is pretty good because I think it gives you 1,000 character plus 1,000 character, which is a lot of character. Because most things give like 10 to like 50 or so. Oh boy. I just looked at the stream to see what the time was right now. Ooh, we're not doing good for like a speed run. I did bump up my estimate a lot, so we should be fine estimate-wise. But like, oof. This is a slow run, apparently. We're just gonna have to go. Talk to this town. Say, hey, I'm Minos. Talk to this house. Trained from the sword from the king in the desert. That's where we're about to go get. Talk to this one. This is telling me, hey, the desert's got some scary things in there. You should avoid it. Praying to see that the land is good. Make a donation. The sword of Adpedius Castle and the curse of the night will do no harm. What that's saying is the sword we're about to go get. So like earlier we paid 300 fangs to get the Axe of Iason. Now we're paying 300 fangs to get the Toro sword for Guy. So that Guy now has his legendary weapon. We're gonna talk to this guy. To awake the second companion, must put them in armor, cast a spell. What that guy's telling us is to unlock the second companion, we need to have the legendary armor for our first character. Before we were able to even unlock Guy earlier, we had to have the legendary axe for our first character, RRlol. If you were to go and talk to Guy before that, he wouldn't join your party. Now, what we're about to do is the first boss of the game. I was going to, but we got this encounter. The first boss, we're definitely fighting way too early. We're not really supposed to fight it just yet. So in order to beat it this early, we're gonna make a save here. Enter this next boss fight, which is blocking this land island. And we need to dodge. Because Guy will die in 3 hits, whereas I need 4 hits to kill this skeleton. So we need Guy to dodge. If we don't dodge, we just reset, load the save, and go back into the fight. Yeah, this is the first big RNG check, and we gotta dodge, which I wasn't paying attention. So, also, every time you attack, there's a chance that you go first or you go second. We need to go first. Oh, there we go. Second try there is very nice. Typically, I think I would average like 3rd or 4th attempt. And that can go really, really, really badly. So we're gonna spend $30,000 here, and we're gonna buy a boat. And with that boat, we can now sail on those light blue tiles. There's those dark blue tiles there that are kind of hard to see. Oh, this is a really bad encounter. We're actually gonna load this save. Dark blue tires requires another ship that we don't get until very much later in the game. But for now, we are gonna kill the snail. We're gonna go down here and onto a different continent. This continent right here is not accessible until we grab that bow. And then there's a third continent which is not accessible until we grab the better boats. I talk to this town right here. And we're also going to come over here and we're going to buy that feather that I mentioned at the very start of the run. And you notice I've talked to the first town, like first house in every town. And by doing that, we've unlocked the ability to teleport to those towns using the feather. The feathers cost 3,000, so they're kind of pricey, but you can stock up, I think, up to 12 of them. And then now we have to do another kind of big RNG grind. We need to go get the first magical items in the game. Magic attack items. Now, almost all attack items, or a good portion of the magic items, are dropped from enemies. very certain enemies will drop what you need. So we need to travel all the way across this water. We'll kill this guy. And where we got the axe of Iason earlier, by that castle, in that forest, there's an enemy called a Lafont. And the game tells you via one of the houses that I've totally forgotten which house it was, but it tells you that the Lafonts frequently visits this certain forest in which produces sacred nuts, and they love them. They eat the sacred nuts, and when you kill the Lafonts, you have a chance to get those sacred nuts. The sacred nuts are the very first magic item in the game. It is also a very funny name because they're called nuts, and you throw these nuts at your enemies. But yeah, we're really far behind. No, not these nuts, just sacred nuts. They're better than these nuts, they're sacred. Alright, so in these forests is where we'll find Lafonts. There are about 5 enemies that will spawn here, so it's around a 1 in 5 chance that we get the Lafont to spawn. This is another big point where you can lose a lot of time. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot to mention, the skeleton boss that we fought earlier. So obviously, the fastest I've ever done that was I first tried the fight and I got the dodge. The worst that I've gotten was 27 resets. And it lost me roughly 20 minutes. Run was dead. Run was far dead. But it was just like, I just kept going. It took forever to get the dodge and the first attack. So that's what this RNG in this game is. You can get it first try, or you can lose 20 to 25 minutes just out of nowhere. And then the next part where I've lost a lot of time is this grind right here. Try to get the sacred nuts. Because Lafonts don't always spawn, or like, it's a 1 in 5 chance you get it. And it's also, it's not 100% drop rate. So you can kill the Lafont and then not get the drop. There are only 3 forests in the entire game that actually spawn the Lafont. It's this one right here. There's one over by the starting village, and there's one just a little north of here. But this is the biggest one, and it's just easier to kind of run around in. They all have the same enemy table, so it doesn't really change anything. Come on, give me one of them. There we go. This is the Lafont. I've really just been losing my mind on this RNG right now. This is insane. I'm so far behind PB right now. Yeah, so like right then, I did not get the drop. that is a circumstance where I wish I could be on a task, and just to force it to drop it. All right, there we go, back to back. Monetary Dragon. Have you have you played Miracle Warriors? Or is it just the whole design of the game? Nope. Okay, we're off to an awful start. Oh, wow. That's a very unique experience. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, that's what this speedrun is. We have to grind for the sacred nuts roughly, let me think. Do it now. Do it. I think we have to do the grind 4 times. Yeah. And then we'll have to do a grind later for the, what's it called? The resurrection potions, which is another enemy dropped magic item. Oh wow, I'm reading chat. Yeah, so there are, let me think. There are the Sacred Nuts, Staffs of Earthquake, and the White Sphere. Those are the 3 magic items. To be able to use the Staffs of Earthquake, you need 2,000 character, and they cost 10,000 each. They're very expensive, hard to get, you know, cost a lot of money, not very available early. And then the White Sphere is very expensive. It costs 1,000 fangs, and is also, you need 4,000 character. So that's, we only ever buy one of them in the speedrun, because we only barely reached that 4,000. Did I not get it still? We're getting some awful RNG. Oh my god. 0 for 3. Wow. I haven't like calculated the drop rate of the Sacred Nuts, but I've so far, like across all of the speedruns I've done of this, I've found it to be around like 70%, I would say. So we're 0 for 3. This is not good. Usually at this point, as we see guys about to get the next level, usually at this point, I've already gotten all of the Sacred Nuts, and I'm about to fight the next boss. We've gotten 0 Sacred Nuts. We're already about to get the level. Yeah, this speedrun is like 4.5 hours, plus or minus an hour. You can carry a maximum of 11 Sacred Nuts, and to be able to beat this next boss, we do need all 11. But they drop in 3s, so we need 4 drops. Yeah, so like it's very limiting. You can only carry 11. So I'll have to. So you try not to get any more XP on a character than you actually need to get, because that XP the way getting new companions work in this game is that the level the new companion comes in is one level less than the previous character. So when I grabbed Guy, he was one less level than RRlol, and when I grab this next character, there'll be one less level than Guy. So we don't really ever need to get levels on previous characters once we unlock the next one. So like that half of a bar of XP that I have on RRlol is kind of wasted because he's not going to get that next level, which means that XP would be better on another character. But I had bad RNG and I had to use RRlol to survive some fights, which means he has more XP than I actually need him to have. And usually we grab the next character with Guy right now, so all of the XP I'm getting on Guy is kind of wasted because he wanted to go on Medi as monetary missions. There are two more characters. There are Medi and Treo. Medi is the best in the game because she has the ability to crit. She's the only character that can crit. So obviously she's just better. Yeah. Oh my god, this is insane. How am I only at 5 still? Yeah, I'm most likely gonna have to get that next level with Guy before I grab Medi, because it's gonna waste less XP than grabbing Medi. But wow, what is going on right now? So you notice I used a Sacred Nut the last time I fought. So like, since they drop in 3s and you can carry 11, if I were to have the 9 and it dropped 3, it wouldn't give me any of them. So I need to use one of them so that I can actually get the final drop. Okay, we need one more drop. I might actually be able to just get the 2,000 character I need to do Staffs of Earthquake, and then I can save Sacred Nuts so I don't have to grind more Sacred Nuts later. But also that depends on how long this takes here. I have 2,000 characters before I even finish this. Yeah, I guess I did. I don't know. I've had such bad RNG every time I've done a marathon of this game. Really need to stop doing marathon runs of this game because it never goes good. Okay, come on, last drop. Yeah, so to unlock Medi, we need to have the legendary armor for RRlol. Oh my god, you didn't drop. Oh my god. There are a total of 8 overworld bosses. There are okay, there's the helmet, there's the there are 3 optional items not required for you to get. So you have to kill all bosses, and then also I need to buy some more herbs. So you have to kill all overworld bosses, and then also grab all the optional items. It's really it's not that different. I mentioned earlier the difference between 80% world record and 100% world record is 16 minutes, which in a game like this, which how much RNG it has, is you could definitely have a 100% run that's faster than an 80% world record right now. Granted, this is not that run. We are already like 15 minutes behind world record. Yeah, so there are yeah, no, I think there's only one optional dungeon, or monuments, as you called it, as they're called in the game. And then in some of the mandatory one, actually no, there's two, my bad. There's one mandatory in the speed run, but I kind of thought it's an optional and like a casual. Yeah, there's 2 optional ones, and then in those is and those are where you will find those 3 optional items. So this game, I'll go through the whole kind of spiel again. This game originally released in 1986 on the PC-88 in Japan, and then was ported to NES and MSX in 87, Japan only again, and then was late October of 88 that it was released on the Master System. It is the first JRPG to release in the Western markets, and it beat Phantasy Star by a month and Final Fantasy by about 2 months. And then Dragon Quest didn't come to Western markets until 89, so for Western games, this is the first one. I don't know when Dragon Quest originally released, like in Japan, but I think they were this one, like the original release of like in the 1986 version of this game, I think was a little bit after Dragon Quest, but I could just be mistaken on it. I'm not entirely sure. But big thing, the Master System game and then the original PC-88 and NES and MSX games are very different from the Master System game. The whole UI is different. The whole combat system's different. The towns are different. I'm pretty sure the whole like characters and fangs and money all are different. Has different enemies. Everything is different about it, except the story. Even like the graphics, all the pixels art is different. You can look it up online in like a comparative version of them, like where we post a website and it has a whole bunch of pictures of the different versions, and they just don't look the same. And the reason kind of behind that is the Master System version, Sega themselves kind of did quite a bit of work on porting the game over. So Sega made a lot of the choices for this game when they ported it to the Master System. There's been a speedrun of the NES version, but it's on one of like the Japanese like speedrun leaderboards YouTube thing. I can't remember what it's called. And obviously that it's like split up into parts, and I can't find all the parts. So the SRC board is empty for NES. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, PS. Yeah, so the Master System was the latest version of the game. And also, I mentioned it earlier also, there is a sequel to this game. Covado Software has released a game called Wings of Argusia. Arugisu. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but I don't know how to pronounce it. That one's very it was released on MSX only. It was Japanese only. There is a fan translation of the game, but the website that was hosting the download for the English translation is no longer available. So if you want to play the sequel to this game, you can go to the Wings of Argusia speedrun page, and I have a link where you can download the English translation. At the moment, I think that is the only place you could get it. You could also join the Miracle Warriors Discord. I have it on there too. It was really sad when that kind of disappeared. But oh my god, I'm an idiot. I forgot a very important thing. Bit of a waste. So there's a magic item I forgot to buy. That's the best item in the whole game. Is this right here? These stones of protection. Stones of protection disable an enemy's magic. And there are two kinds of magic in the game. There's fire magic, which does damage to all enemies or all of your people. So like normal combat. Oh wow, I gotta buy it. Leather feather. I'm wasting so much money here. What was I even talking about? Yeah, two has magic. So in a normal combat scenario, I attack with Guy here, and Guy is the only one that's going to be damaged. Thank you for joining, Monterey. Yes, currently it is basically empty. I made it a couple months ago, but there's never been much interest for Miracle Warriors, so welcome. Yeah, so there's fire magic, does damage. So if I were to be hit by fire magic right now, it would do both damage to RRlol and Guy, even though I would only be attacking with Guy. So getting that stone of protection, I can enter this fight here, use magic, throw a stone at it, and is there chance that the stone works? It doesn't work all the time. It has a chance to work. There we go. So it stops the enemy magic. We're gonna come here, and now we're gonna throw our staffs at it. And big overpowered part about magic in this game is that you throw it, you can damage the enemy, and the enemy will not attack back after it. So it's kind of free damage. And here we, if you notice, every time I attack, I have to do a down input to use Guy. But theoretically, at this point, it is faster to just kill the first character so that, when I go to attack, RRlol's not an option anymore, and I can just kind of spam to get Guy to attack. It saves very little time, but you do it so often that it saves time overall. It does mean that when we can go to fight certain bosses, we need more damage. We have to resurrect RRlol. And resurrections cost 30,000. Kind of expensive. I think I should survive this. Okay. Surviving by the skin of our teeth. We're going to use those sacred nuts we got earlier. 1, 2. Yes, and we are in fact throwing our nuts at Senpai right now. Take that how you may. So these bosses, roughly, so the legendary armor of the Iason group of people says, hey, we won. You now have the armor of Kronos. These monsters here were placed roughly 1,000 years ago after they were sealed away after struggling with words. I just saved, right? Please tell me I saved. Yeah. Feather to Torif. So they were placed, they were magically created 1,000 years ago by a group of mages that worked with Iason. And then they were there for 1,000 years guarding the armor so that no one can use it for ill purposes. But they were there for so long that the locals of the place consider these magical creatures native to the land. And because they're native to the land, when you kill them, they inflict, you take a negative character damage. So like when we kill the merchant, we get minus 100. We would kill a traveler, we would get minus 500. There are certain enemies in the game that also are native to the land. If you were to kill them, they're negative to your character. And these bosses are native in the sense that the locals think they're native. So they give that boss right there is minus 500 character. And then there's another boss later, which is minus 1,000. But the thing is, they aren't. Yeah, no, I thought that was super interesting when I found that out. It's like these bosses aren't native, but the locals think they are. Because it's been 1,000 years. So now that we have the legendary armor for RRlol, we can get the next companion Medi. But as I mentioned before, and as Monetary mentioned, or we were talking about, I guess, they come in at one level below the previous character. So, earlier you saw me buy the Staffs of Earthquake. They wouldn't even sell you the Staffs of Earthquake if you have a below 2,000 character. So having the positive 2,000, I can buy those Staffs of Earthquake. There's no particular reason to have bad character. Yeah, so killing the normal human merchants is 1,500 gold, but minus 100 character. The evil merchants are 2,000 gold, but plus 10 character. So it's a balancing act. Need money. I'm so poor right now in this game. What is going on? I need money. So here's like an evil merchant. We can kill the evil ones because they're evil, obviously. But right now we just gotta farm up some money. Somewhat, I've never experienced it, but I was told by a chatter in one of my runs of this, that if you have a positive character and then talk to a white mage and a traveler, they give you hints. The white mage will heal you. If you have a negative character and you talk to them, they hurt you. Or they don't hurt you, but they like insult you and won't help you. And then the black monks that we see, if you have a positive character and talk to them, it's like, I know who you are, you're the miracle warrior, we have to hurt you, like I'm gonna attack you. They attack you, and then you're in a fight now. But if you have a negative character and talk to the black monks, they actually give you advice. So it's a reversal of the white mage and the black monk, and it's such a cool feature that I didn't know about for a long time. It's also interesting, like with Monetary Dragon saying that he's played this game, and then Hunter Lionheart, you've played this game. That's very cool because I very rarely see people who've played this game. So here we are. We're gonna go to this blue house, and we're gonna use our spell, and we're gonna get our next character. This is Medi. Medi is a dancer. She also gives us a portion of the control and says the next character has been turned to a beast by the black monk. So we have to go rescue this next one. In order to actually get let's see, armor. Hold on a second. In order to be able to rescue the next hero, Treo, we need to get the legendary shield for our main character. So for Guy, we had to get the legendary weapon. For Medi, we needed the legendary armor. And now we need the legendary shield. Now we also need to farm up. Yeah, so Medi is the best character in the game. As I mentioned, she can crit attacks. They're not called crits, they're called crushing attacks. I don't know the chances of them going off. They seem somewhat random. And they do roughly 1.5 times the damage of a normal attack. It seems to be some weird formula to calculate it. I don't really know what it is. But we're gonna farm up for a while. We need some money. We need XP right now. Yeah, it was a pretty rough start, Hunter. I got like one evil merchant at the start. But that's definitely a big part of the speedrun, is constantly resetting early on to get the evil merchants. I mean, Hunter, you said you never beat the game, but I mean, today, if you stick around for another 3 hours, you'll get to see the end of the game. You really missed out with the final boss. The final boss is very, very interesting. I'll leave it vague for now. Whoops. I think adult you might like it too, though. I'm trying not to do too many spoilers. Oh, Jesus. I kind of... Whoops. I do not want to fight this guy. Yeah, no. It's... So here's where I say I've never actually beaten this game casually. I got up to the 3rd boss casually and was just like, what's the speedrun for this like? And I saw that the speedrun was was basically just a casual, except like didn't know where to go. So I just skipped finishing my casual and did a speedrun. So I already knew where the final dungeon was. I can't say I experienced the same thing you did, Monterey. Yeah, and then like, I spent like 4 hours and I was on the 3rd boss. I looked at the speed run and made the route for it, or like copied the route of world record, and then did a speed run and finished in like 5 hours. It was a little over 5 hours. So it's just like, I finished in like a third of the time it would have probably taken me to do a whole casual. Yeah, no, I understand, Terry. I played through this for the first time last year in February. I'd never heard of the game before then, and I'm played this game more than anybody else ever has. So yeah, the speedrun really is just knowing what level what level it becomes possible to kill a boss. It's like technically right now I can kill the next boss, but now is a good time to level up Medi and try to save using the sacred nuts because I've been having such awful RNG with them. I did attempt later on a casual kind of play of this game though, where I tried to do no magic items at all. And it's impossible. You cannot beat the game with no magic items. The final boss, not even the final boss, before even the final boss, is just, it would be a reset hell. Just on the next kind of boss is Hanji. Yes. So we just defeated the senpai boss to get the legendary armor for the first character. That's what you just missed. And yeah, we had to use Sacred Nuts on it. We also used the Sass of Earthquake, though. This is RNG. I need money right now. Give me encounters that give money. Yeah, so it's best to try to avoid using Sacred Nuts if you don't have to, or using as few as possible, because they are an RNG drop. If you can avoid having to the amount of RNG that you need to finish the run, it's better. So right now we're just saving up to buy some Sass of Earthquakes to potentially make the next fight easier. And also getting another level with Medi. But I keep getting the same goddamn enemy. I need money. Yeah, exactly. Please. Is it the best RPG? No, but it's unique. It's definitely very unique. It has, you know, similar aspects to other games like Ultima, as mentioned earlier. Definitely some Dragon Quest influence, but it is unique. Yeah, no, it's very interesting that you actually played this game on the Game Gear. I mean, I have too, but it's only because I have the EverDrive, and I've used it to try to find things in this game. So the developers are Kogato Software, who made a lot of old PC games. A lot of very unique early like MSX games and PC 88. Made a lot of very unique stuff that I've never really seen elsewhere. Dragon Quest was a very great game, Hunter. I loved that. I can't remember their full library, but definitely Kogado Software's. They have some very unique stuff. If it wasn't Japanese and on MSX, I would probably do more of them. And you'll find almost none of their games are on SRC, sadly. So I mean, if you want some free world records and you understand Japanese, you can look at Kogado Softwares. It's yeah, as spelled by PS there. Yo, Broby, thanks for the good luck. There's, so I'll mention again, Kogada Software's made a sequel to this game, MSX. It has a fan translation. If you go to the SRC board for Wings of Argusia, Arugisu, Wings of Argusia, you can, there's a download link to the English translation. And then I played it on Blue MSX emulator. It's very interesting. Not the same style of combat as this. It is a very different game, mechanically. The story, I haven't really found the connection between the stories. Yeah, I did definitely notice that there appears to be something wrong with the... Just kind of looked at the stream. There appears to be the left half of this, the game is cut off on the really longathon stream. I haven't really been looking at the stream. I have my notes up. Yeah, so all of the names are currently cut off on the stream. I don't know if there's any mods or anything nearby. I could try to fix it. I could maybe try to fix it, but like, I don't know if I really should. I don't really want to screw with anything on the setup. Is someone willing to go in the really longathon Discord and like add one of the, I think the restreamer is Sofnum, and mentioned that it's cut off on the stream. I probably should have looked at the stream at the start. I've had the chat open for it, but I haven't had the stream open. Thank you, Monterey. I'm sad it took me 2 hours to realize that. You're not missing much. It's just the names. I don't really know. What's the home screen look like? Yeah, I mean, that's really all you're missing. So, crushing attacks, as I mentioned, do roughly 1.5 times the damage, and they give a little bit. It gives more XP too, but the amount of XP you can get on a hit is capped at 10 XP on the hit, and most of the time, the crit's would give you more than 10. So, in these kind of casual or like these grinding sessions right here where we're just doing levels, you actually want as few crushings as you can, because it's actually less XP than that. Because it'd be 1.5 where I could do like roughly 2 hits and get more XP from those 2 hits than I would from that 1 crushing. Getting real. So right now we got the XP that we need. About to gain that level. We're going to go get the legendary weapon from Medi from a castle over to the left of here. But first we're gonna stop at this town, get some more heals, do a little bit of lore. I think there's a house over here. Oops. Talk to you. Great storms range around Eros, which is the final continent. Art thou the long-awaited Miracle Warriors? That is the only instance in the game where it actually calls us the Miracle Warriors. So that is a very interesting part of the game where it title drops the game. Oh. Yo. Head up to this town, and voila, welcome to Hubbear's Thy Quest. That gives us a sword for the 300 fangs, the arrow sword. So now, Medi's going to do even more damage. But yeah, as mentioned before, since XP is based on hits, since I'm doing more damage, I'm getting less hits in, which means I'm getting less XP per hour. So, like earlier when I bought a weapon for Medi, I bought the knife instead of a sword. The knife does less damage. I was getting more hits in. It's just it barely peaks out at faster XP. And that was only a recent discovery, because it was back in like January. So ES, being the awesome guy that he is, made a Lua script so that I can see the XP and HP values of all of the characters. And it was only then that I discovered how XP works in this game. You know, it took was that 10 months of playing this game to find out how XP worked in this game. That was a very recent addition to the route. But then, like, since every encounter is so RNG, I haven't really been able to test if it's faster or not. But it makes logical sense to me that getting XP faster is faster. Yes, this is the only way I can really think to say that. Less damage, more XP. For less damage, more hits. More hits, faster XP per hour. Alright, here we're going to go to the next boss fight. We're going to use our Stones of Protection to prevent their magic. This is the same boss as the previous one, except this one gives the legendary armor for Medi instead of... I didn't see that. Did it even activate? There we go. Yeah, XP doesn't matter. You're right. It totally isn't the driving factor of how fast this speedrun goes. Actually, this has been a really bad start. We're gonna restart that boss fight real quick. Yeah, there we go. You don't need the dodges for this fight, but the more dodges you get, the more amount of time, like more hits that you can get down on it, which is gonna lessen the amount that I need to use Sacred Nuts or Staffs of Earthquake and whatnot. But every time I miss, like I did just then, kind of counteracts the fact that I got 2 dodges. Thank you, Monetary. It's really not cutting off any part of the gameplay, so I don't think it's not too big of a deal. Oh, I'm missing way too many. This is a senpai. This isn't a fox. It's a senpai. And we gotta kill it. It's protecting things that I need. This has been a crazy encounter right now. I've gotten way more dodges and misses in this fight than I usually ever get. Yeah, that was a really good fight. That's very cool, Drum Portist. Uh, I mean, you don't gotta route it anymore since some other people have already done the route now. But I mean, that's very interesting. How long ago did you try to route it? Yeah, it's the third person, but 10 years ago. Wow. That's very, very cool. Yeah, no, so definitely farming the elephants, the Lafont, vital part of the speedrun. How many do I have right now? Alright, thank you, Frosty. It looks much better. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so drum board is... Oh, yeah, a lot of this route is dependent on... it's just dependent on getting those magical drops from, like, those elephants. And then also the drops from the sea dragons later on to get the resurrection potions, so that we're able to kill the final boss. A lot of the route is kind of just knowing what level you need to be and what kind of gear you need to be in order to kill the bosses. So like at the moment, I'm currently grinding up so that I can kill the Hanj boss in order to get the legendary shield for the first character. So that once I do that, I can unlock the fourth character. Yeah, so there's only I know it's been 10 years, so like I don't mean to be but like just gonna correct on it. There's only one skeleton that blocks a path, and it blocks the path to get the boat, which allows you to travel to the next continent. Yeah, that one's a bit awful, I won't lie. The current speedrun route for that, the skeleton boss, is to get to a certain level, and then to save directly before the skeleton, and then go to the fight, attack with Guy 3 times, and if I don't get a dodge, I have to reset, load the save, and go in. In order to defeat the skeleton as early as I do, I need... yeah, I use save scum. You need 1 dodge, and on the final hit, you need to do... you need to attack first. So there's 2 RNG parts that you need to get in order to kill the skeleton. And it's awful. Yeah, so like typically in a casual, you'd probably want like 1 more level with Guy in order to like safely kill the skeleton, but you don't want that in the speedrun, obviously, because a whole nother level took like another 20 minutes. Got 8. And then yeah, there's a lot of this a lot of the route is RNG based. But that's what this whole game is really RNG. Because like there's two routes that I made for this next boss that we're gonna fight, and one is to just kind of risk it and hope you get the dodges. And then the other one is to kill an additional boss in order to get more armor, another piece of the legendary armor for Guy, and that does adds enough defense to Guy so that we're able to kill the next boss without having to worry too much. Obviously this is 100%, so I have to kill that boss anyways. So I'm just going to kill that boss and basically do kind of safety strats for any percent while doing the 100% run. I like haven't been paying attention. So yeah. So skeleton boss, I've gotten it first try, and it's very fast. Very, very fast. And I average probably about 3 resets, and then the worst ever was 26 resets, which lost 20 to 25 minutes. The skeleton is nasty. Yeah, so the next boss we fight is Hanj. The any percent route kind of just goes for it. Yeah, so next boss Hanj, any percent route just goes for it. It's RNG. Do I get it or do I not? The safety strat for it is to kill an additional boss and get legendary armor for Guy. Totally optional, as it's not required progression of the story. But I need it for 100%, so then 100%, I kind of just do the safety route for any percent for the a lot of the game, but then just add in an extra boss at the end. Because any percent route kills 5 bosses. The any percent safety route is 7 of the 8 bosses. So yeah, the dungeons that are like hidden within the desert are in the same spot every time. So I know where they are. I don't have to. Yeah. So yeah, the dungeons are hidden with like at the end for like the final set of stuff you have to do. But same spot every time. The hardest one is the final dungeon to go to the final boss. No, you have to do all of them. So at the end of the three hidden dungeons is a key, and you have to have all of the keys in order to enter the final dungeon. I've never actually tried just going to the final dungeon and seeing if that works, so maybe it's possible, but I highly doubt it, because it's gonna check your inventory for the keys, and if you don't have all of them, I doubt it's gonna work. But maybe they aren't lazy and they only check for the final key. It's not something I ever thought of. I'm probably gonna have to test that at some point. I don't know. It wouldn't save much time. Actually, no. It would probably save a couple minutes at least. Maybe like 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to test later. Thank you. I'm actually gonna have to write that down so I don't forget. Sorry. I'm gonna... Okay. Gonna have to test that. Yeah, so Drum, I have worked on making a task for this game, and you might be interested to know that there is RNG manipulation possible in the task. Yeah, I saw that. It's task only, sadly. Very, very sadly, task only. You could potentially RNG manip like the very first encounter of the run, but anything beyond that is unpredictable. But because it's both input based and frame based, so all previous inputs matter, and whatever frame that it happens on matters. And since movement happens every 16 frames, you can move frame perfectly and get it, but you would have to do like enter your name at the very start, since the frame count starts at like when the console launches up. You would need to boot the console and then move perfectly, like move the enter your name screen, start the run, and then move and get the first encounter. Yeah, it's gonna be like you would reset for an hour. Maybe get it once. But yeah, no, definitely the task can use it to probably do like a 3-hour run, probably less than 3 hours. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, so it's just, it's not reasonable to do in a live run. And then that doesn't include the countless hours of testing that would need to go into finding the frame that you would need to start the run in order to get the evil merchant as the first encounter. It would probably take like 15 hours to find which frame you would want to start the run in order to get an evil merchant every time. Yes, this is a two-headed dragon. Maga. So I guess you wouldn't really need to do a frame perfect, like, enter your name screen, but you would need to perfectly, like, frame input the whatever the start button, basically. That's a good point. Yeah, it is a wyvern. Kind of always just called it a dragon. But there is that technically. So right now, I just have to grind up money. We need a lot of money right now. I just need to put my notes right. Can't remember what. I've had to basically wing the route right now, kind of, because of such bad RNG I had early. So, like, my XP is different than what it normally is right now. So everything's kind of off. I'm having to, like, very double check my notes. Yeah, I'm actually... Oh, this is very weird. Okay. My XP is way different than it normally is right now. So it's kind of just thrown my mind off. Because usually I don't even need my notes for this game. I've run it so much that I kind of just know it. But yeah, it's gotten to that point with this game where I don't really need notes anymore. The only time I ever really look at my notes is when I enter some dungeons. I did not know that the Gamma it was a real creature. The more you know. Yeah, no, they're definitely not tiny in this game. And they also breathe fire in this game. I'm not gonna, speak with it, but I don't think the real creature spits fire. I would be surprised if it did. Oh god, why am I attacking this enemy? So, a type of magic I forgot to mention is Steel Conscience is a type of magic in this game. And it will put your people to sleep. And occasionally, your characters won't wake up like they just did for me. And I have definitely gone to the point where I went from full health to dead on every single one of my character before any of them woke up. It's mainly it's kind of an XP grind mixed in with the money grind. We need one more level with Medi. And then in that time, we want to get roughly 240,000. Because we need to buy 4 Staffs of Earthquake, which is 40,000. We also need to resurrect the first character, RRlol, which is 30,000. So we're now at 70. We want to upgrade our weapons at a swordsmith village. That costs 60,000. We need 2 of those. So that's 190,000. And then we want a little bit more money just for spare things such as healing and feathers. Yeah. We also, a big part of this is we need character. We actually come down. So to buy the most powerful magic item in the game, we need 4,000 character. But before that happens, we are going to kill 2 bosses, which is going to be minus 1,500 for our total character. So we need to grind up enough character in order to have the character that still have 4,000 in order to buy that, because we need the white sphere in order to kill the final boss. Yes, so 1,000. The lore is roughly 1,000 years ago. The stats are the same. I'll show the stats real quick after this. Come on. So, status, there's strength, defense character, like, so the S and D, that's strength and defense. They progress by 1 each level for a while, then they go to 2 per level, and then 3 per level. And I think the final level is 4 per level. So the higher levels are going to give you even more. So that's why we're kind of focusing on one character. And then back to the lore. 1,000 years ago, Iason trapped the Demon Queen in a alternate dimension, different dimension. And then now she has escaped from that different dimension and has released the Passage of Pandora, which released all of the monsters that we're currently fighting. So the armor and weapons that the Iason used, and like his team, his group of companions used, were all locked away or given to the castles. So all of the legendary weapons were given to castles, to the kings. And then legendary armor and shields were locked away in caves. And they spawned the magicians that helped him spawned these magical creatures to protect the armor and shield from people that could use them for ill intent. And then 1,000 years passed, and we're now in this time period that we're currently in. And since those magical creatures that were made were there for so long that the locals in the area think that they're native to the land. And if you were to kill a creature that's native to the land, the locals don't like you and you lose character. So that's the logic behind the bosses giving you negative character. Because they think they're local, but in reality, they're magical beings created. There are 2 other creatures in the game that are local or like considered native, but they're not. We don't ever really see them. We saw them in this run. It was called a Heesh. It kind of looks like a leech. It's native, and you kill it, it's like -50 character. And then there's also the merchants, the regular merchants, which are native, but they're, they're humans. So that's a bit different. Yeah, basically. Because the character is what, the locals think of you. And obviously if the locals think they're native, then they believe that it's going to be. Let's talk. The Odysseus shield is kept in the far south. So that guy's telling us where the next boss is. Yeah, if anyone's interested in running this game, like I said, on the SRC page for this game, there is a link to the Discord, which is for Miracle Warriors and the sequel, Wings of Arguzia. And also on the SRC page is a full guide for any percent, which literally gives you like a step-by-step way to go, and it includes a map and pictures of the dungeons, routes, and all that. So, I mean, if you want to speedrun this game and you pull up that guide you'll probably get around a 5-hour time first playthrough. And it's a very simple game. I don't have a guide up for the sequel. I linked a walkthrough that the people who made the English translation of the game made the walkthrough for it. And that game's very interesting and also a very much faster speedrun. It's the world record I got in it is 2 hours 50 minutes, but I was also like, it was the very first run I ever did, and the sequel is probably less than 2.5 hours, so it's much faster than this game. I shouldn't have been. The difficulties of the enemies you fight are dependent on the tiles that you're on. So like the encounter table for the mountains have much more dangerous enemies, and I was trying to go down, but like I was kind of holding down right, so I entered the dungeon on accident, or entered the mountains, and got a very hard encounter. Earlier, I kind of forgot to mention it, but you can sell your fangs for 50 each, and I had 1,000 fangs, so I sold them. I got $50,000, which kind of helps with this grind. You know what? Just gonna... we're gonna enter the dungeon real quick and grab the remaining optional items for 100%. There are 2 left. The first item we're gonna grab, the first optional item, which I grabbed, roughly 30 minutes into the speed run, so over 2 hours ago, you have to have that one. That item gives you the ability to read the writing on the wall. And we're going to enter this next dungeon, or monument, as the game calls them. And we're going to read the writing on the wall, and it's going to give us access to the next item. So you had to have gotten the helmet in order to be able to get this next item. This next item is called a crystal ball, I think. So earlier, also roughly like 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, we bought the Mask of Beasts, which gave us the ability to see in dungeons. Because typically in a dungeon, you're just enter, it's totally black and you can't see anything. All you can see is the tile that you're currently standing on. We got the Mask of Beasts, and our vision opened to a 3x3, which is what you see right now. And this next item we call Crystal Ball is going to expand our vision even more and give us the standard 5x5. Oops. Right here. Nope. One more. And I like to point out, I have like 100 hours. I left this crystal to he who follows in my footsteps. Explaining the warriors who fell before the beast. And now we have this massive vision. But I have like 150 hours of playing this game without it. At this point, it feels weird to actually be able to see the dungeon. Man, I was like never. You don't enter this dungeon in any percent, so I always forget the path. Having to pull up the map real quick. Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense, King. Nope. A big thing about dungeons that I've noticed is that 0 enemies within a dungeon will actually drop money. They usually drop more fangs than anything else will, but they don't drop any money. Right now we need money, so we want to get out of the dungeon as fast as possible. God, I'm gonna encounter every step. Also, this is my favorite enemy in the game. It's just adorable. This is the best one in the game. I'm upset that I have to kill it. Alright, this one requires me the Aura Mantle, which weaker enemies will no longer spawn. It basically takes certain enemies off the encounter table. It's not as good as you might think. Originally, when I read it, when I heard about the item, I thought it would lower the encounter rate and it would be massive. But all it really does is it takes like 5 enemies off the encounter table. It does not take off enough to make a difference, which is very disappointing. It also makes certain things much more dangerous, like certain dungeons. Yeah, same raid except just harder enemies, which is, you know, dangerous. Am I even going the right way? So you notice like that the green mander, as you called it, the green Charmander. Yeah, it's gone. It won't spawn anymore. Because it's a weaker enemy. If I were to go to the first dungeon where it was considered a stronger enemy, it would still spawn. It is definitely based on area. So it's just like, it is a weak enemy compared to the things that are in this dungeon, so it doesn't spawn. There's also, like, in this typical area that I'm grinding at, it doesn't change anything. No, evil merchants will still spawn. So, like, there's certain enemies that were kind of in a global encounter pool, and it's the Black Monk, the White Mage, the Traveler, the Merchant, and the Evil Merchant. So no matter where you are, they will spawn. So it makes them, they're kind of exempt from the mantle, because they're in a different table. So like there, we still got the Merchant, even though it's a weak enemy compared to. I'm also just getting like no encounters. Okay, the mantle does not lower encounter rate. I promise you, it does not lower encounter rate. But right now, it looks like it is, but it's not. I promise. Game's just trolling. I think I remember going back in one of my videos because I got such a long streak of 0 encounters that I had to go back and watch it because I was blown away. And I went 120 tiles without an encounter, and my average is probably like 10. Yeah, I guess. So right now we need to get the rest of this level on Medi, and I'm going to go kill 2 bosses. Also need just a little bit more money. Right now, I need a minimum 150,000, so we're just 18,000 off. What is going on? When I first started running this game, I would the first route change that I made was I would grab the mantle, because I definitely misunderstood how it worked, and I thought it was better than it actually was. The first boss fight will just be the same as the last 2 boss fights, where it's just the legendary armor boss, which is the senpai boss that we fought. The next boss after that will be different. It's, you know, exactly the same way that we kill them. It's just, you know, use the stone of protection to prevent their magic and then hit them until they die, like we do for every other boss. But it is unique as the senpai bosses only have fire magic. This next boss will have both fire and sleep magic. And also they have more health, more damage, more defense. I'll usually just barely kill it in 80%. Gotta make sure to save. Monitor, I would recommend maybe watching the 80% run, because like if you want to like see the RNG be actually kind, you can watch that one. But definitely this one if you're interested in like the lore and I explain more of what's going on in this one. Yeah. World record, Monster, I think you would like this. The world record for 80% is 420. It is 4 hours, 20 minutes, 42 seconds, and 0 milliseconds. It is 420. And it's on attempt 69. I took a screenshot as soon as I saw it. It was attempt 69. I got a 420. I actually like went and like because like originally I stopped the timer and it was like a 42.5 or something, and I went and like frame by frame and like got the time, and it was like a 42.09, so but it was still a 420. And like I don't really want to beat that time, but I also like I world record can go so much faster. No, I didn't. I didn't realize it was attempt 69 until like a couple days later when I opened up my splits because I wanted to look at all my golds, and I saw that it said attempt 69. It is definitely the craziest world record I've ever seen, timing wise. I think, but obviously it will require really, really good RNG throughout the entire run. But sub 4 hours I think is possible by human standard. TAS is probably going to be like sub 3 hours. So like that's one of the reasons like I want to get another like a better world record for any percent. But like I also realize that's such a crazy time, I don't really want to replace it. Yeah, but if you, it is nice, but if you just open up the screen, like open up the world record and it says 420, come on, you know? I had definitely have thought about adding to like the the board like to show milliseconds so that you can see the second 420 on it, but I put it in the comments. Everybody knows. Yeah, so when I first started running this game, world record was 429. And then I got the next world record, in which I got a crazy. I jumped like I got like a 15-minute PB, I think, and I got a 421, and then like 2 weeks later, I got the 420. And the 420 run was actually like not a very good start. It just had a crazy middle game for this long grind that I'm doing right now, and the world record was crazy good. I got all of the right enemies. I like wasn't even had to pay attention because it was going so smooth. I didn't have to run away very much. And like that right there, because I was probably far behind, and then I just like that, it saved so much time. By feathers, I'll mention again, feathers can be used to travel to certain towns that you've already visited before. You've had to have been to that town and talked to the town leader, I guess. So we're gonna feather over to Enos. We're gonna head down. We go here and we're gonna talk to this guy, and this guy's we're gonna spend 60,000 gold to upgrade our weapons, so that now they do even more damage. And since we have the legendary weapons on them already, and we upgrade them, now they do more, the most amount of damage that that weapon can do. It is required to have that to be the next boss. But the big thing is, since now we do so much damage, we are also doing less hits. Less hits means we're getting less XP. Now we kind of want to fight stronger enemies so that they take less damage but still give us more, a good amount of XP. And also, Monetary, you said you want to do a run or two. You've joined the Discord already. Like, yeah, just let me know. Like, it's... Well, I would love to watch it. Since I've run to this game, no one else has even looked at it. As in, like, a potential run to do. I've loved watching your Final Fantasy VII 100% runs. Alright, so we come to this town. This is the only place in the game where we can resurrect our allies. You know, called Resurrection Camp, and you resurrect people. Very, very great naming scheme. My muscle manager always gets screwed up at this point because I'm so used to pressing down once to attack, and now I have to press it twice. I've never had a run where I've had him screw that up multiple times. I don't know, are they gonna make it... I mean, yeah, that kind of makes sense, but like... it cost me 30,000 gold, so like... Either they're just scamming the hell out of us, or whatnot, but it's just like... I can definitely see that though, just like, it's idiots back again, let's resurrect them. Okay. I was meant to... I hit the wrong button. I was supposed to heal there. Wrong button. Yeah, this is, you know, same boss we've already fought multiple times. Except now, we're kind of OP. We're much stronger than it. And we can kind of just screw it up. Nah, it's 30,000 gold each time. We have to do it twice in the run. That's a lot of money. The old route had to do it 3 times. I think throughout this entire speedrun, I probably only get like 400,000. Actually, no, probably more than that. Probably like 400,000 to 500,000. 500,000. So 90,000 of it used to be the route. That's 1/5 of all the money you make in the game. That's a lot of money. Maybe I'm just a cheapskate, though, you know. Maybe it's my real life shown in the game. I really want to go through and play the NES and like, I don't know of a way to play the PC 88 version, but I would be fun to play that version too, just to see it. God, we're actually like really strong right now compared to usual. Guy's 1 level higher than normal. So like we destroyed this boss. We're still like super far behind world record, but like we're catching up step by step. Actually, I should go grab some healing items. So, at this point with the level Medi's at, because I'll explain the XP system again. XP system is an enemy has a base XP value. So like this one I think is around like 10 or 11. And then it basically subtracts the current level of that character. Medi's like level 8. So if it were a level or base 11 and we hit it, we're only getting 3 XP. So these very weak enemies are actually just hardly worth the time. But getting an encounter isn't guaranteed, which means you kind of have to take all the ones you can get, with the exceptions of the enemies that are actually like very dangerous. Which you've seen me run away from, like the snatchers, or anything that has sleep magic is very dangerous, and will almost always run away from. And I cannot remember if this one has fire magic or sleep magic. I always forget this guy. And it has sleep magic. Thankfully, he did it right before I was gonna die. Alright, we're gonna max out on herbs, and then we'll go to the next boss. We're kind of accidentally doing like ultra safe route strats for like any percent. Granted, this is 100%, but like we did the safety strat for any percent because we have to kill an extra boss in the safety strat. And then we're also like one level higher with Guy than normal, so we're kind of ultra safety strats, kind of. Heck. There's this tiny island the south of where I'm at right now. I always forget where it is, like location wise, because I've definitely just missed it before. And then I was just running around an ocean, and I like had no idea where I was. It should be straight down from here. Save. Final boss is usually about 2 more levels on Medi. And then usually Guy is 1 less level than he is right now. RRlol is the same level as this. Then the final companion's would be 1 less level than what Medi is right now. So at the moment, Guy is 1 level higher than normal, and there's also a chance that he gets pretty close to the next level before the end of this. But yeah, this is the second kind of boss in the game. This is called Hanj. It is kind of like a snake with wings. Actually, we'll just go ahead and kill. So we need just the tiniest bit of damage to kill this boss, which is why we've resurrected RRlol for this fight. But we don't need him again after this until the final boss. So now we just kill him again, like we did earlier. He does very little damage because of what level he is, but he gives just enough damage to make this very viable in like an any percent run. And I kind of just following the same route as any percent. 100% really isn't that special in comparison to any percent. It does the any 100% since it has those extra bosses. means you have better shield and armor on Medi, or on Guy, actually. So Guy has an extra defense compared to where 80% doesn't. And it kind of makes the final boss very easy. Alright, we're gonna use our sacred nuts here. I haven't been counting how many sacred nuts I've thrown. I hope I'm good right now. Yeah, we're good. So this gives us the shield of Ulysses. I'm sorry, words are hard. Now RRlol has his legendary shield. That Iason used 1,000 years ago to defeat the Demon Queen the first time. So now we're gonna run all the way up. And we're now that we have the legendary shield for all, we now have the ability to unlock Treo, the final member, who is a pirate. Like RRlol is our warrior, Guy is our I'm not drawing a blank on it. What is his? I cannot remember what he is. What he's called. Medi's a dancer, and then Treo is a pirate. Why am I blanking on that? Well, I feel a little bit bad. I thought I wrote that down, but I can't see it. So yeah. Treo was transformed by black monks into the beast that you saw there. So we had to use, when we used our spell, it reversed the curse placed on him. Trapped by black monk, he gives us the final part of the scroll and tells us that his equipment is locked away in another dungeon. Gives us access to the scroll, which gives us Hearken Come Ison for 8 days from Sarah. All Spring Sweetness, 8 days. Face Not Dawn, Journey North, 5 days. West, 3 days. View the Sacred Shrine. Yeah, the gates below are for Fools, Hell's Gates. Which is kind of the way to... I really can't remember. You could see it in the manual. The manual will tell you. I just don't have the manual. I don't have it with me right now. So now we need to go get... so yeah, Treos mentioned his legendary armor, shield, and weapon are locked away in the monument, which is that monument you saw just right there. But this monument is very dangerous and very long, so we need to enter with max healing and much as we can. And I should have used the healing eye there instead of healing at the merchant, because it sells in groups of 5 and you can carry a max of 25, which means at 21 I cannot buy anymore. Picture. I don't remember this dungeon. spell. Treyo has come. And it gives us access to this dungeon, which we can come here, and now it's like, bam, he gets his Halberd of Babel. And also, right over here, we unlock, or there's a chest that has 10 sacred nuts in it. So it prevents us from having to do one of the grinds for sacred nuts, because we're just getting 10 from here. And sadly, very, very annoyingly, it doesn't actually add 10 to your sacred nuts. It just sets your sacred nut amount to 10. So if you have 7, it just sets it to 10. If you have 11, which is the max you can carry, it just gives you 10. If you could carry more of it, if you say you grabbed, if you had 11 and grabbed it and got 21, it would be amazing. So this is another interesting feature. I guess I'll just showcase a little bit. See, you saw a guy was doing massive amounts of damage, and then Medi, who's 2 levels higher, does 0 damage to him. It's an interesting thing mentioned earlier when I grabbed the legendary weapon for Guy. It said this will prevent the curse of the night. And the curse of the knight that is cursed is the skeleton. Yeah, curses will fail when he wields the special blade. Yeah. Now this dungeon has actually gone really smoothly. Usually I get counter every 5 steps. Like probably like every 2 steps. But like I've run through this dungeon pretty easily. Maybe the mantle really does make a difference in this dungeon here. And the mantle makes the final dungeon even harder, which is annoying. As I mentioned before, the mantle is an item that we grab in 100% that makes it so weak enemies no longer spawn. So it's basically same encounter rate, except harder enemies. And then, oh god. As soon as I was about to say what was in that chest, I get an encounter. But in that chest is the shield for Treyo. So we grabbed the sword, the armor, and the shield we're about to grab. So that now, at the moment, we have the full legendary gear for RRlol. We have the legendary weapon and armor for Guy, legendary armor and weapon for Medi, and all the legendaries for Treyo. We won't actually grab the legendary shield and what's it called? Legendary shield for Guy and Medi until much later, just because we had to fight the Hanjas again. And we went through a very long grind to be able to have everything needed to kill the Hanjas. So now we kind of need to grind again to get the sacred nuts and the staffs of earthquake and whatnot. And we also need to get the character to 4,000 so that we can buy the final magical item, which is the white sphere. Which, from my understanding of the white sphere, is it basically one-shots all normal enemies except bosses. And in bosses, it does like 2 times the damage that a staff of earthquake does. It also will not one-shot black monks. God damn, this is the worst enemy you can see in this dungeon. Also, that last encounter was awful because I missed so many attacks. As you notice, I'm getting kind of low on healing, but I still have to escape this dungeon. That's what I mean. Like, I was doing really good on encounters. Like, I got almost to the final chest with minimum encounters, and now it's just picked up hard enemy after hard enemy, and now I'm gonna get close to dying until I get out of this dungeon. This is a very dangerous dungeon because the encounter rate can go crazy. I've gone like 5 steps and gotten 3 encounters. And you don't really want to run away from encounters because you need the XP. Let me get out of this dungeon. Oh, come on. I need to get out of here. I actually want crushing attacks now. I need to kill these things quick and not take much damage. Alright, we're out of healing, but we're not too far off from the exit. I think I'm probably on pace right now for like I'm definitely underestimating I can't really tell you how far underestimate though, because things could still very much go wrong. But I will send a ping to Restream when I finish this run. Okay, bring on the feather over to 4th. We're gonna do a little bit of a character grind right now, just to get up a little bit, because I need the wrong person. I need the 4,000 character to buy this next magical item, the white sphere I've mentioned. We're a little bit low right now, so we're going to try to get up to around 3,800 or 3,085. To try to get so that when I walk right onto the village, I have that 4,000. Also, we're still low on money for what I would like to have right now. But I think we're doing pretty good on XP right now. What's the timer at even? 3:30? Of course, the one step I took onto the fucking... Sorry. One step I took on the mountain, I get this encounter. Please, a stone on it. I'm meant to stay in the forest, because forest can sometimes give, like, a really good encounter. But I let go too late. But this guy gives really good XP, so it's alright. Just he does a lot of damage to me. Ooh. I need to go get some more stones of protection. I don't really know how retreating works in this game. But sometimes it just feels like you can't escape. I'm actually just gonna have to kill this guy and hope he doesn't use his sleep magic. God! Oh, come on, game. It's so slow because I mean you saw how many like boxes, dialogue boxes came up because of it. there's 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 4 boxes, and if anyone had gone to sleep and then woken up, that's even more text boxes. Feather Minos. Actually I need to grab herbs. Everyone's here. Yeah, that talking to the travelers will occasionally give you some dialogue. And once you get all most of their dialogue relates to where the next party member is. And once you have all the party members, kind of just like, yay, everyone's there. Good luck on your quest. So right now, we need to make our way to the final continent. There are 3 continents in it. This is the starter one, is what we're on right now. At bottom area where you've been fighting all those bosses is the second continent. And the last one is surrounded by storms, which means we need a stronger ship in order to make it across these waters. And right now, we needed someone that could pilot this boat, in which we needed Treya, who is a pirate, so that he can make it, so that we can travel on these stormy waters. Now we have to get the boat, which is what we're on our way to right now. But we have to travel through the desert. And the desert is a very scary place with very strong enemies. Is also right around here is where the next one of the bosses that we'll fight later is. The very last boss before the final boss that we'll do is right below here. Gives us the fine vessel to travel the waters. So yeah, right now we got the 4,000 characters we need. We also have all the fangs that we need to buy it. So now we're gonna go buy this white sphere, and then we're gonna go into the dungeons. That scroll we got showed us, or told us where all of these hidden dungeons were. So now we go to all of these dungeons. They are completely hidden. You cannot see them. Because like all the other monuments, it had something above it that showed us, like, hey, there's something here. All of these are hidden, and you would not be able to find them without the scroll. And I will show you what they look like as soon as I stop getting 1,000 encounters. We're actually like ahead of XP requirements for like where we're at. We could have less XP now. Oh, this is a very dangerous. Oh boy. It's been a while since I saved. The sea serpents are very dangerous. They do a lot of damage, and they also have sleep magic, which is the worst kind of magic in any game. Any sleep magic is always awful. I think it's this way. Yep. Boom. Trades you 1,000 francs. This spear contains infinite power. Cost us 1,000 fangs and required 4,000 character. And we can carry one of them. That is the max amount that you're allowed to carry of. We're gonna head over to this town. This next town is the final town that you can teleport to. Tiega. And there's only one more town that we haven't seen yet. I forget which. Oh, there's a house that you talked to earlier. Really optional house to talk to, but it tells you there are 9 towns in this world, and one of them has been destroyed or has been attacked by the monsters. And that is the final town after this one. And we'll visit it shortly. Still have to do a lot. It's a stopping point during the route. I'm missing like crazy. Wow. This guy. We have to go buy some herbs from over here. And then we'll enter the next dungeon. So, we're told that the demon queen is hidden away in her dungeon and is locked behind 3 keys. We now need to go and grab all of these keys from the monsters, from the bosses that are protecting them. There are 3 bosses, 3 dungeons, each with their own boss, each protecting 1 key. They are all identical bosses. They just have like a different color scheme to them each time. And weirdly, these 3 bosses are the only bosses or only enemy in the entire game that do not give any XP at all. So like at this point, the lowest, the weakest enemy in the game is only going to give about 1 XP every time you hit it. And for some reason, these bosses don't give any XP. Only enemies in the game. But also, this desert tile right here is the secret dungeon. Completely hidden. You would have no idea unless you had seen, like, known. And then directly what is it? I think it's directly west of here is where the next one is. And then directly up from that one is another. But all of them are just desert tiles. And the other two are surrounded only by desert tiles. There's no clues. Like this one stands out a little bit because it's surrounded by mountains. The others are invisible. Also, another crazy part about these dungeons is the bosses we've been fighting, the Senpai and the Hand bosses, can spawn in these dungeons. I got no idea. They are just as difficult to fight as before because they're bosses, but they now spawn inside dungeons randomly, and you have to run away from them because there's no way in hell you can kill them. Alright, we're coming up on this next boss. Very easy boss. All we really need be fully healed. Rockhod, we just need to use these stones of protection. Once we disable their magic, they're not that strong. But they have both types of magic, which makes them strong, but once you get rid of it, kinda useless. It still takes roughly all of Medi's health and most of Guy's and some of Treo's usually to kill him. They just have a lot of health, but there's nothing really special about White, sadly. What is a Cerberus? All three of the next bosses are Cerberus, three-headed dogs. Okay, maybe I'm really just way stronger than normal right now. What's going on? I've like never killed this whole boss without having to use Guy at all. I'd probably get away with it, but that was crazy. So this gives us the key of the heavens. There are three keys. There's the key of the heavens, key of the earth, and key of the hell. All three are required to enter the final dungeon. Oops. So all of these bosses that I'm killing now are... I haven't figured out why these give negative character. Because they're definitely evil monsters. But they do give negative character. I haven't figured that part out yet. They are big ones. That's minus 1,000 per time you kill it. Gotta make sure you save every time you leave a dungeon, because if I were to die right now, I would have to go back to before I did the dungeon. And this is the final town. This is our poor ERT. Ruined due to them. These big ones were just like, at night the evil creatures howl like the fury of the wind. Whoops, wrong. That's not what else I care about. Here. So this is the town that was attacked as soon as the passage Pandora opened and the evil monsters were released. This is the town that was attacked. It has less buildings than any other town has. All towns have like 10 buildings. That one has 9. And all of the people will just talk about how they were attacked. So this is the first one where it's very hard to find, in my opinion. This dungeon right here is, oh my goodness, these encounters, is right here. And obviously, there's just nothing. Basically, you have to line up with that forest in that corner. And that's all you have to go off for where that dungeon is outside the scroll. So here we go. This is like, this boss spawned randomly. And you just have to run away from them. And they have a pretty low run away from chance. There's one enemy in the game that has a 0% retreat rate, and that's the skeleton. You cannot run away from a skeleton. And if Guy were to be dead, it would be, killing it would be almost impossible. Nice. As I've mentioned, the stone's protections do not... Oh god, I'm an idiot. I pressed down before hitting attack. If you try to retreat from fights, they hit you. That was stupid. Wow. But yeah, bosses have a definitely are harder to run away from than anything else. I've never tried to run away from the final boss, so I don't know if that one's, impossible to run away from. But it's possible, maybe. How many misses am I getting? What is going on? This fight is going the complete opposite of the last one. The last one, I dodged everything. Skeletons are actually decent encounters to get as long as you have Guy alive. Because I mentioned Guy is the only one that can actually, like, truly damage the skeleton because his weapon can ignore like curses. But if guy were, yeah, I attempted at one point, or no, I finished a run where I only used the main character. So Guy, Medi, and Treo were just as low as the levels they can get for the entire run. It was hard. The skeleton fight, so usually in 80% and 100%, we usually kill skeleton around the hour mark, 1 hour into the run. And in that run, it took 3 hours to grind to the level that was able to kill the skeleton with just the first character. So it took 2 additional hours, and I had to do the boss that we usually do after skeleton. I had to do before skeleton. So without, Guy, it's very important. But it, like, once you got past skeleton, everything else kind of just fell. Everything else was relatively easy. And yeah, that run was, I think, around 6 hours long. So, I mean, definitely not that bad for, like, in comparison to, like, 4.5 hours. And I did an initial 2 hours of grinding for the first boss. And what's very surprising is I thought I would have to be max level in order to survive, but you did not actually have to be max level to beat the final boss. You were close to it, but yeah, you did not need to be max level. I think I was 2 off max level. Alright, we're gonna re-up on herbs, and then we'll go to the final key. So we just got the key of earth, and now we have to go get the key of hell. We're also going to here, I think it's, we'll do this real quick for a bit of lore. To fight the all evil leaders to be victorious. This house? No. This one? There we go. We're gonna sell our fangs there to get us a boatload of money. Here. So directly north of the previous dungeon is this next dungeon. Combination, then we go. Fangs aren't very important after you buy the white sphere. The money is more important. And also, at this point, every enemy gives so much fangs that it is very easy to get fangs back if you need it. Because at this point, the only thing we need fangs for is to buy the stones of protection, and those cost 50 each. That enemy right there just gave 38. Come on, don't do this. Yeah. The bosses are awful. Getting them really just sucks. Yeah. So it's big time loss there, but basically staying there and continuing to try to leave is just going to be slow. So we're just going to have to re-enter the dungeon and try again. I lose the fangs I got, I lose all the character I got from that. But the chance that sometimes you could just sit there and run away until you die. Yeah, no, so this is just same boss as before. Third time's the charm or whatnot. Alright, do this boss. Magic, throw the stone. Wow, okay. Getting all these first tries, nice. A very big thing, so you can only carry a maximum of 6 stones of protection. And usually it takes, on average, 2 to do these bosses. And if I were to have to go back and buy stones, it's roughly a 4-minute time loss. So getting them all first try is really nice, because taking a 4-minute time loss is awful. I definitely had a run that was on pace to PB and 100%. And then I ran out of stones, and then I ran out of healing on the way out of a dungeon and died. And I was down 15 minutes when I was ahead beforehand, and it was really devastating. But it really sucks, because at this point you're like usually 90%, 9%. What's the time at right now? Right, we're usually at like, I think like 3:45. So we're really far behind on the record, I think. But I'd put the estimate pretty high on this. So we'll be fine. Yeah, so like we're like 3:45 at this point, and I lost like 20 minutes at this point. It hurts. Being ahead of pace and then being 20 minutes behind, and this and very shortly. It is a rough speed run just due to the level of RNG in it. There's a large amount of RNG, which makes it so that the time can go really low, or you can get things like this to happen where I got the final or one of the bosses again, and now I just have to run away. And I don't know how long I'm gonna be here. Restarting now is a massive time loss because I've already done a boss and everything. Come on, game, don't do this. Please, just let me go. Oh my god, thank you. I think this is totally circumstantial. There's no evidence really to support it. But I think if you're the lower your HP is, the higher your chance of running away is. Because I've definitely had them where it's just I've failed running away 15 times, and then on the last hit I was able to run away. But it's happened more times than it should. But I think when you get lower, your chances of retreat are better. But yeah, that's totally circumstantial, so I can't really prove it. It's just one of the things, it happens so many times, it's gotta be true. No. Oh, great. Thank you. Oh, that was great. Yeah, so after this, I'm just gonna go buy some stats of earthquakes, and then I'm gonna go kill, and I have to go grind the last magical item that you can get in this game, which is called the Resurrection Potion, which, despite its name, does not actually resurrect anybody, instead will be just a full heal while in combat. Typically, you cannot heal in combat. But if they're dead, you cannot use it on them. They have to still be alive. It's not actually a resurrection potion. You know what, Lou? That makes sense. I didn't think about it that way. That makes sense. Works only if you're mostly dead. Yeah, you guys are speaking better logic than me. I just focused on the name. I didn't actually think about it, I guess. Yeah, more revitalization. Resurrection. Okay, so in these dark blue, the deep sea tiles, okay, great. You have these enemies right here, the sea dragons. They are the ones that have the chance to drop the potion. It's a pretty high chance to drop, not guaranteed, but they do have a pretty low spawn rate. And they also have flame magic, which is very annoying. We want to get 3 of these. There we go. Resurrection post. But okay, use it to call friends from death. Implies resurrection, in my opinion. Wow, we're actually... Yeah, the XP is just at a weird point right now. That's confusing me a lot. Usually, I think at this point of the run, we would be at around the start of this XP bar instead of halfway through it. But also, you know, it was like 20 minutes ago because I'm so far behind pace. Right now, I kind of, because of that, I only need this one last level with Medi to beat the final boss. So we're kind of just not going to do encounters. We're just going to kind of save scum until we get sea dragons. But typically you would just kind of take every fight at this point, except sea serpents. Hey, come on. Ugh. So, the Master System has the reset button on the console, so I'm constantly pressing that right now. This is some pretty bad RNG, though. Maybe we'll just retreat. Maybe the resetting's fucking with it. There we go. Maybe the reset was screwing with it. I mean, that was, you know, I'm just saying that. That's not actually how it was working, probably. Just trying to rationalize why my luck is so bad. We're getting messed up here. It used so many fire attacks there. Yep, there's 2 resurrection potions. Nice, nice. So you can carry a maximum of 3 of them. We need one of them to kill... actually, I think I can't even remember the route. We need some to kill this next boss. And then we also need... I don't remember if I saved or not. We'll just kill this guy. We need to kill the next boss, and with the upgrade we get from the next boss, we can kill the next one after that without the resurrection potion. but you kind of want one just in case you get bad luck. This is where 100% separates from any percent, is at this point where you killing these bosses. These are optional bosses, not required to beat the game. Because technically, at the moment, I can just go kill the final boss. Final boss dungeon is open, and it is almost possible for me to kill it at the levels that I'm at. Here we go. Here's something crazy. It's almost possible to world record this at the moment with like perfect RNG. Oh, well, there that goes. I didn't get the drop. If I were to get like near perfect RNG for the rest of this, I could almost world record. But that right there, not getting the drop from that one sucks. And then getting 0 damn encounters. The world record for 100% is 436. To kill the next two bosses is going to take roughly 5 minutes each. And then the final boss dungeon takes roughly 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, so it's close. Unless I just die here, stop using your fire attack, please. There we go, there's the final resurrection potion. Gonna heal up. Now we have everything we need to go fight this next boss. We just gotta run, run, and run to the east. That was a great run. Wow, 0 encounters. What the hell? That was so good. That sucked. Really, a miss right off the bat. So I kind of have a counting system for these boss fights, where every dodge I get is +1, every miss I get is a -1, and every crushing is a +0.5. And this kind of just helps me realize what kind of pace I'm on, because some of these require, like this boss, you kind of want to get around, I think around a 5 or so. It's not required, but it's 5 is kind of like that steady zone. At the moment, we're at a 2. And all of these numbers are based off medi. So like a dodge on Guy is worth less, just a little bit, just because medi does more damage. It's very important for the final boss. The final boss, you need like a +8. But also, since you're using 3 resurrection potions to kill it, getting that +8 really isn't that hard. But right now we got 2.5 there, so it is a bit light on the damage. I might have to use some sacred nuts. I'll try to want to avoid doing that if I can. Oh, damn, I did screw up. I should have bought Status of Earthquake first. Oh, damn. Alright, no, there's a way around this. Okay, I didn't think he was gonna die from that hit. Whoops. Okay. Whoops. Now I have to go resurrect Guy, which is a bit awkward. Alright, we had to use 1 sacred nut, that's annoying, but boss down. This is the Shield of Selena, which medi gets. We got a heal to full here. We're gonna save. So I was supposed to do buy the Status of Earthquake because they require a positive 2000 character. But now I have to go do what is the secret boss of the because the secret boss is plus 1000 character. I usually save it for points like this where I am low on character. So I mean, it's a good thing I did save it. So we're gonna feather over to Diego. We're gonna save. To unlock the secret boss, there's these these monuments right here where it says voice can be heard all around, he who hesitates is lost. And it does it all over. There's these 3 in a row, just like this. We're gonna heal up. Once you do all 3 of those, in that order, you can go to this final part right here and do that. I just realized I'm an idiot. I need to go get stones of protection first. I don't have any. When did I don't remember when I saved. I'm struggling. It's one of those, did I save or did I not save? Because this is a fight I would normally just reset on. I can't remember. Yeah, I kind of forgot that I used all of my stones of protection on that last boss, which means I now have 0. Means I need to, I'm gonna save. I know that I need to feather over to Gara. Head straight down and buy some more stones of protection so I can disable the magic of this next boss. Buy all 6. Now we have to feather back to Tiega. But since we've already done all the towers, we can just kind of go here, heal up, and then go into this fight. This is the secret boss. It is also the easiest boss in the whole game, despite being boss with the second most amount of HP. The only boss that has more HP is the final boss. Come on, game. There we go. But the thing about this boss is the easiest boss to damage. It does no damage to me. It takes massive amounts of damage. It's very low defense. But when you kill it, it kills your traveling blacksmith that I bought at the very beginning. So it's this secret hidden boss that you have to talk to all these monuments to unlock, and then it just trolls you by killing. So Basilisk, there's a small box, you open it, pulls the seal of the Darklord waits not here, and we get hit, both of our get hit. The Black Monk and his retainer are damaged, which means retainer is the traveling blacksmith. Now we feather all the way over to Tiega again. Nope, that was the wrong feather. I need to feather to a different place. Three. Okay, so yeah, The traveling blacksmith made it so that we didn't need to repair all of our weapons or armors every, 10 minutes, which every time costs a good amount of money. So now we have to get that back, because obviously we don't want our weapons to be damaged. So like on our status screen, you have all of these. So like if you notice on Medi, her shield and armor have taken a bit less than everybody else's, since they've taken damage. I am screwing this up. It costs 12,000 to get this traveling blacksmith back, and is only available here. We're gonna save. We're gonna travel directly north of here, go back to that resurrection camp. Actually, it's not directly north of here, it is misremembering. Game, come on. This so this is the one of the enemies that that is native to the land, and if you kill it, it has a negative character. Yeah, so there are 3 states or weapons, I guess you could call them. Or well, not states. There are... How do I explain it? So you have a knife, you have a sword. I can't remember where the... where the... There it is. The knife, the sword, the legendary weapon, and then you have the upgraded legendary weapon. So they're kind of 4 weapon attack values. And we're gonna make our way to the final overworld boss. We've killed every boss except this one. And it's just another one of the Hanj boss, except this one will give me the sword, the shield of Hector, which is the legendary shield for Guy. Heal up. Save. Enter this boss fight. Use our stones, as we do for every boss fight, because magic is overpowered. We then use Medi, and just beat on him until we kill it. And now that we've... Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I went and killed that previous boss so that I could go get the... What's it called? So I can go get the Staffs of Earthquake, and then I went and killed the boss, and then didn't go get the Staffs of Earthquake. That could have gone pretty bad. Because the Staffs of Earthquake required the 2000 character, and if I killed that boss, I would have taken a hit of minus 1000, which would have put me, I would need to grind 1000 character which would take forever. But we need these for the final boss, so we're gonna buy these. The final boss takes all magical items that we can possibly hold to kill. It is a rough fight. We're doing like really bad on money right now. This is actually pretty crazy. Oh, great. Just what I need. I need this money. Around this point, you would want to have a lot of money, roughly another 60,000, so that you can upgrade the weapons for Trejo. But chances of me getting that kind of money before the final boss is not gonna happen. I need either some atrocious RNG when doing the what's it called? The Sea Dragon grind to get those last resurrection potions. And we don't want to bet on atrocious RNG. It's not how we want to play this. You don't need to have the upgraded weapon to kill the final boss, but it definitely helps. Also, we do need quite a bit of money. We do need the 30,000 in order to resurrect RRlol before we can go to the final boss. Alright, now let's do this boss again. Okay, so we just used all of our stones there and did not kill, or did not activate, so gotta save scum it. Try again. There we go. Now ready? Not looking that great. This one. Need some more dodges here. Dodges are the thing for defeating these hard bosses. Because while I've gotten 4 crushing attacks, That's 4 attacks that it took to get the value of 2 dodges. Let's use a potion. And we should get the final level that we'll ever get off the on this fight. This final level on Medi is the final one that we need in order to kill the final boss. And I kind of want to point this out. I have 70 attempts on any percent for this game. I have completed the game 7 times. 2 of which were 4 marathons, which means there were no resets. So I have 70 attempts and only finished the game 5 times in an actual sense of like, speedrunning the game. I have 42 attempts on 100%. I've finished that 1 time. So this completion of 100% that I'm going to do just now will be only the 2nd time I've ever beat this game 100%, because the RNG is so crazy in this game. And I got really lucky on that first attempt. I had some good RNG throughout all of it. No, I haven't played the computer versions because I don't know Japanese, and I can't read it. And I don't really want to play the game with like Google Lens the whole time. I will probably try to play the NES version of the game because there is an English walkthrough of the game, and I can try my best to use that as a way to beat the NES version. The NES version and the MSX version are very similar. So, and then the PC-88 version, I haven't found too much information on like the original version of this game. But I don't think there was too much different between PC-88 and the MSX and NES version. I think there was a difference, but not that big of one. So right now, I've killed all of the bosses. I now just need to get the resurrection potions I'm missing, and I need to resurrect the main character. And once I do that, we can challenge the final boss. We need 2 resurrection potions. And because I don't need any levels, I'm just running away from everything that's not the Sea Dragon. And then if I The resurrection potions are required to beat the final boss. All of the other magic items in the entire game, you have the 1 white sphere, the 4 staffs of earthquake, and the 11 sacred nuts, will do less damage than the 3 resurrection potions. Just because you do Medi's full HP bar worth of damage, and then you just get to do it again. 4 times total. So it's like having an additional 4 party members. Or additional 3 party members. There we go. I really need this to finish. Oh. I have a strange luck with missing the final attack. Like the killing blow, I always just miss so often. Let me check my items real quick. 8 sacred nuts, 4 staffs, spear. Okay, so we do need more stones, and we need this last resurrection potion. And we need that final. Need money. Need money badly. I don't think I've ever had this amount of problems with money in the run before. With how much XP I have, I should be like well beyond this. Like, I have no idea why I have just no money. Oh, of course you don't drop the potion. What is this RNG, guys? This is... I'm losing my mind. You better drop it. Miss. Honestly, I feel like that. I've run this at a marathon 2 times before this one, and both times I just had awful RNG throughout the entire run. Like, it was the only, like, the last marathon I did, like, 2 weeks ago, that I, like, actually had good RNG at one point in the run, and it was, like, right at the end. I saved, like, 7 minutes, due to just good RNG. But, yeah, my luck has not been there for these marathons. Oh, shit. Yeah, so this is... I totally forgot about this. This enemy is another one that you cannot run away from. I've never actually killed these guys, just because usually you don't go in this forest except one time. But this is the only forest that these guys spawn in. but they're obviously not worth it because all I got from that was 2 fangs. Oh, beautiful. I was scared I would have to do a grind for that final drop, but I got that first try. That's nice. Yeah, so right now I'm gonna buy these stones of protections. Probably just buy like 4 of them or so that I can go into the final boss and make sure that it gets off. And then I need money. I know I'm just repeating myself, but it's just like, what is going on? I never have this amount of problems with money in this game. I'm happy I bumped my estimate for this. My estimate I usually put is 4 hours and 50 minutes, and we've already passed that. We're looking at... You look at items again. 11, 4, 1, 3, 5. Yep, we're good. Now, money. The enemy that drops the most amount of money is in these forests, in this area. It drops 8,000 gold. So we're just gonna try to kill these guys, I guess. Not this enemy in particular. This one is not it. It is a fun enemy. Here we go. It is the Kaken. The Kaken is the enemy that drops the most money. Yeah, it drops 8,000 gold. It is very nice. It's also not, like, no magic. So it's very, that's one you want to see. The problem is that in these forests are also a lot of enemies that drop no money and have awful magic. So it's a gamble of, yeah, you get the most amount of money from this enemy, but you also get that guy that drops 2 fangs. Yeah, but right now we want around 40,000. Because we need 30,000 to resurrect, and then we also need money to buy herbs before we go into the dungeon. .455 on the timer. Ugh. World record passed about 20 minutes ago. And we're not even in the final dungeon yet. Yeah, we will. So, right about now is when I'll trade them in. I just have to get to town. So I'm just gonna wait until I get... Because the town is north of here. So I'm just going to go across the water. There's the castle. And then... the Resurrection Town. I'm getting an encounter every 3 seconds. We need to heal everybody. Buy some herbs for everybody. And we hope that this 70... The hope is always that after you heal, you have... where's this fang? Is that you have a clean clean number of fang, or a clean number of, like, money. Like, I always hope to get, like, 3 zeros, you know? Just, like, 43,000. Instead of 4355, 43,000 on the dot is always what you want. Just because it looks better. There's no reason outside of it, but it just looks better. So I always want that. But the way healing works is it's 10 gold per health missing. So it's a gamble, kind of. Since you can't see how much health you have. Okay, so let me double check items. Done, great. We are going to feather over to Diego. Now, the best way to find the final dungeon... Come on, game. Don't do this. So that's the dungeon, the first dungeon we went into. Ooh. This is the second. Straight up from that one is this dungeon. And then directly west of that one is the final dungeon. It is not the proper way to find the final dungeon, but that is the best way to find it. Did I save? So the final dungeon introduces new mechanic. Sorry. Spell combination. It introduces a new mechanic of levels. There are now multiple levels in this dungeon. We have level 2 that we just passed through, very nice, and another one of these bosses. First try, that's great. Then also within this dungeon, there are trapdoors that will send you back down the floor. I guess it kind of sends you up a floor. It's a weird. But we don't need any XP at the moment. So we just need to go straight to the exit, or straight to the boss. Oh, damn it, I went the wrong way. I was looking at the wrong map. But it is a way to get here. We now heal up. all of our characters, max HP, and as you cannot save in the dungeon, so we do have to go into this dungeon or into this fight without saving. And now we stone the protection. Hope it goes off. Great. Oh yeah. Also, the final boss is a green naked woman. I kind of forgot about that until I opened it. But yes, this is the final boss. Someone mentioned they would love this as a kid, or like they would have loved to have seen the final boss because they didn't beat the game. This is what you missed. Sure, kid you and maybe even adult you will like it. The NES version and all of the PC versions are different. They actually have, it's not green. They didn't change the color. It is just a skin-colored woman. As plain as it is. It's pretty wild art for the NES version and the MSX and stuff, but it is a very cool design for the boss, in my opinion. Yeah, entirely true, it does. I mean, it is Japan exclusive. It is only the NES version and MSX, PC, every other version except the Master System version is Japanese only. And this is kind of what the whole fight is just mashing your way through this, making sure Medi doesn't die, you don't overmash. And then whenever she's low, use a potion on Medi to full heal, and repeat for all 3 resurrection potions. And then Medi will die, and we'll use Treo until he is 1 hit away from death. Yeah, the manual does have a picture of this boss with some different artwork. So because this is just what it is, I'll use this as my ending spiel. I am GB Says Hi. I stream at twitch.tv/GB Says Hi. I'll stream most weekends. I'll stream from around 10 p.m. Central Time to around 2 a.m. or so Central. I speedrun mainly Sega stuff. Either Sega consoles or Sega had their hand in it, kind of like this game where Sega has touched it. A lot of Dreamcast stuff. I'm currently learning, though, is Rocket Robot on Wheels on the N64. It's my current project. I do a lot of platformers. So my 2 categories of speedrunnings are RPG and then 3D platformers. If you enjoy those, I appreciate a follow. Not required, as always, but if you like them. And then also for Miracle Warriors, I run this game once a month. On the first of every month, I do a run of this game as I slowly try to lower 100% and 80% to the levels that I want them to be at. If you enjoy this, come in the first and watch it happen. And we're getting pretty close to the end here. I think I'm out of potions. Now Medi just dies. Ooh, we got the dodge in. Nice. Extra hit. Ooh, an extra hit and a crushing hit from that dodge. That's great. So now we use Treo to lower to as low as we possibly can. Ooh, Treo does not... Am I gonna kill right now? This is looking kind of close. I wasn't keeping track of dodges. Okay, so now we use all of our sacred nuts. We're gonna throw our sacred nut at all of this naked green woman. We're gonna throw lots of sacred nuts. I'm having a bit too much fun with that. This is looking a bit close for comfort right now, though. I'm surprised. Maybe it just doesn't give me any crushings or dodges. Come on, game. Be nice. This is looking very close. I don't know if Treo kills here. Oh my god, what bad luck there. So we're gonna do it again. That was really bad luck. Like really bad. Apparently I just didn't dodge or crit enough during that, and now I have to do it again. That's really just... Wow. Okay. And the crazy part is, like, I'm a higher level than normal with Guy, and I also have all of the legendary items, so it's really bad luck to die there because I'm, like, over-leveled and over-geared compared to any percent. So that's really surprising. Well, now I kind of feel just awkward, you know? I did the whole ending spiel, but I'm still here. I need to look at the timer. I might be going over. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go over timer. I bumped the estimate 25 minutes and then had such bad RNG that I'm not finishing. And the underestimate, that's insane. Please don't. Thank you. Dragon's right. Monetary Dragon's right. I do not say bye. I just say hi. Okay, let's try this again. Please work. I wasn't looking. I didn't know if that stone got off or not. Yeah, there we go. You're right. It's the name's fault. I shouldn't have named the character really lots of lore. That was the mistake, you know? Because now we're just getting lots of game. Staff. I said something about world record being possible, and then world record quickly became not possible like 3 seconds later, and I guess, oh my god, I'm really blown away by how bad this run is. I feel the need to point out, my very first ever run of this was like a 5:15. My very first run of ever of Miracle Warriors. And we're gonna lose to it. Usually you never get worse than your first run of a game. Never. Now I'm keeping track of all the dodges and the crits now. I gotta make sure I'm on pace to actually beat this guy. I'm at 3.5 right now. 4. So I guess I'll explain a little bit. The there's -1. The characters that we get, Guy, Medi, and Treo, at the very end in the like little credits of the game, or like the ending, like cutscene's not the right word, but the ending dialogue, I guess. It shows them like a picture of it, a portrait of them, and they look a lot like Jesus, Mother Mary, and Joseph from the Bible. So it was after my like first run of this game, took a screenshot of Guy's character model who looks like Jesus, and that has been a emote in my channel for a very long time. It is probably one of my most popular emotes. Let me try to get it. We have Jesus there. Yeah, I mean, you tell me what you think, but it looks like Jesus. So, that has always been the thing. Every time we get Guy, it is Jesus that we're saving. And he blesses our run most of the time. I guess he was absent today. Despite Guy getting more use than ever, Jesus was not present. Also, I just want to point out, this is the same fight. We're the same levels as the previous time, and look at this. The boss had more health last time when Medi was dead. Like double the HP that Medi has. So like this is... The last time was just awful luck. Like, this is the amount of HP the boss had when I was finishing. Like, when Trey was almost dead. It looks like y'all got... I think an ad kind of showed up, so I might just take it a bit slow here. So nobody misses the end. Should be 2 more sacred nuts. We're already overestimate, it's fine. Oh, you missed the final hit. Oh my god. Okay, well, we're gonna end it here. So, there we go. Final boss is dead. RRlol defeated Terran, the Dark General. Entering the depths of the Shrine finds a chest in which we find the seal of the Dark Lord. I don't know who's in charge of the timer, but time is done. We then transition over to the ending dialogue. We've resurrected the seal of the Dark Lord. We have fulfilled the prophecy of Iason, who said that the Demon Queen would come back. We are celebrated. The Elders lead the Miracle Warriors. Another title drop to the game. Evil Gates. Yeah, so the Evil King Terran, Evil Terran has been defeated. And we use the seal of the Dark Lord to seal Pandora's passage back up, which now makes it so that monsters are gone. The Demon Queen is gone. We've saved the world. And then there's all of the people throughout the game are gonna show up and congratulate us. You're able to accomplish so much. Triumphs us. We honor you. We've waited for this day. Seize the seal. Days of peace have returned. This is the king that gave us the quest originally. And we triumph. Land of the legend of all eternity. In which we now see Jesus, never forget thee. This is Medi, whose mother Mary is joyfied by thy side, and we have Joseph. Call me to thee, to tie the next guest. And then, the end. Thank you everybody for watching. This Miracle Warriors is a small love child of mine. I've worked on a lot. Once again, I'm GB Says Hi. There is a link to the Miracle Warriors Discord on the speedrun.com page. I would love to have you join. And if you want to run this game, please let me know. I would love to help you. Yeah, and I think that's it, Sopnum. You can transition off now.